Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, party squirrels. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, y'all are looking at the thumbnail for our upcoming members only live stream. Get ready, you guys. This is how much I love y'all. Many of you guys will recognize categories that you've requested. So, look at how much fun. This is going to be amazing. I'm super excited. So, categories include 90s music. Let me just say, as I was delving into this, it wasn't hard. That's what she said, because 90s music. We could do multiple weeks with trivia nights worth of 90s musical, and I will just say, same goes with trial trivia. 90s music, trial trivia. We got classic cars, mythology, trees, AT&T CDRs, Kansas Killers, Van Halen, and more. I made it like an even number of questions for each category, and I've got 65 questions total. So for those of you guys who are competitive, you've got an advantage because you can start brushing up on these categories if you want to. There you go. It's going to be super fun. Also, we're going to do some more twin flaming as we do. We're going to read the Vanity Fair article, and I've found some fun new videos that we're going to watch. We're also going to take a look at some other twin flamesy stuff. So we've got that going on as well. Welcome Candace, welcome Kane, official. I think Twiz is here. I'm not entirely sure. You know what's so funny? A lot of the Squirrel Crew does seem to be competitive, which I think is great and hilarious. I mean, not that people have to be, but I think it's especially funny when there's like really literally nothing at stake. You know, sort of like the Never Have I Ever, right? Where I'm like, everybody wins no matter what, and everyone's like, I know. By the way, after this one, that will be the next one. We're going to do another round of Never Have I Ever because you all loved it so much. And now that people see how it works, right? That if you want to participate, you have to be there for the round. So I may try to keep score a different way. I'm not quite sure yet how I'm going to do that. I'm not sure if it was easier with the iPad or not. I mean, I guess I could just use like a Word document, but then it's not fun and festive. And so that's why I did it the way I did it. So I'm not quite sure. But every now and again, I would like go to change somebody's score. And then I'm like, wait, what did I already change it? Or did I not change it? I don't know. Anywho, there's Twiz, our co-host. I was actually over at my family's earlier because it's my mom's birthday. Well, her birthday was yesterday, but we celebrated it today. And was telling everybody about our new co-host / mod, and the one and only episode that Twiz has been on was such a hit, and so I played them some of that, and they thought it was great, and they're like, CDRs, and I'm like, oh, you guys, they have normal lives where people don't always know what that stuff is. Welcome, Kimmy. Don't you mean Hoslong? Also, a couple things. So on our last live stream, which was also BK, but we did twin flaming at the end. I think most of you guys, if not all of you guys, were probably there as per request of Leslie. And it was like, can we do it for a minute? And then Kay made a joke, and it was like 3 hours later, and it's like, yes, accurate. And Spencer, one of our squirrel friends, was there for that. And I just wanted to just say something here because he left a comment on that video after the fact that is as much a comment or compliment to you guys as the Squirrel Crew as it is to anything else. So I wanted to read this for you guys. Okay. Here's what Spencer says. Shout, Spencer. This was high level all around, everybody. Chelsea, your laugh plus the pinnacle of absurdity that is Twin Flames had me cracking up hard. On serious note, I feel you when you say that you value what other people say and done often with empathy. Your insights are sharp, and you're always willing to help one to get up to squirrel speed. The chat is quick, good-natured squirrels too, and I appreciate the humor and seriousness of it, which is like that's literally what it is with like Twin Flames, for example. Like right, it's like hilarious and serious at the same time. So I understand where he's coming from with that. So the humor and seriousness. Just wanted to recognize you and the squirrel crew. Don't forget though, y'all don't have a tiny waterfall nor a 13-kid jacuzzi tub, so stay humble. I loved that. I loved that. Additionally, I haven't done timestamps for some of the Twin Flames stuff because I'm trying to survive. And I'm like, I don't know that I'll be able to survive because I will die laughing. Here's what I will say. I did timestamps for this entire video, of course, including all the Twin Flames stuff. And what I wanted to do is read you guys the timestamps, because just the titles of the timestamps alone are enough. Starting with the Twin Flames bit. Okay, Twin Flames, it gets better every time. Next one. I have never claimed to be God. Next one. What stops this from being a pyramid scheme? Next one. I have so much love for Jesus. Next time. God as their lover. Next one. Take me away. Next one. Uncontrollable laughter. That's where if you listen to that part, it sounds like I might be dying. Next one. It's an endless playground. Next one. Wowee. Next one. Get it on eBay. Next one. How far to lose the V card poll. Next time. He cries when I sing him love songs. Next one. False twin flame. Next one. Jeff's house tour video. Next one. Charlie the dog. Next one. T-fat, but then there's an S in parentheses for T-fast. Next one. The quote, monster TV, end quote. Next one. A whole delicious TV. Next one. 15 children in the bathtub. Next one. I'll put it up in writing, Kane. I'll put it up in writing. I'll put it up in writing, and then I'll read it again. Okay, fine. I'll put it up in writing. Okay, hang on. I gotta take a screenshot of this. Business. Kane says I say it too fast. Hang on. Okay. We're going to have to just do it this way. I want it this way. Tell me why. Sorry. Save that for our 90s quiz. 90s trivia. I'm just saving these screenshots, and then we will do that. Crop it. Clean now, flipping. Reverse it. Okay. That one starts there. Okay. Just 1 second. Y'all can blame Kane for just kidding. Making this take a second. No, that's my fault that I talk too fast. Okay, let me just pull these bad boys up. All the 90 songs I've stuck in my head now, which is great. I'm not complaining at all. Okay. There's so many good ones. It's insane. Okay, so this is great because now you can read them again. Whee! Woohoo! Okay, hold on. Here we go. Wait, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Okay. Wait, no. Should I do? Hold on. Did I crop this wrong? Oh, fucking hell. Tried to do it quickly, and this is what happened. Hold on. 4037. I've got two of them. Why? Oh, why? Oh my God. Okay. Well, okay. I did it too fast and I didn't crop these correctly. So part of this, I'm going to be able to read, and others of it, unfortunately, you're going to have to, I'll just try to read slower. Okay. I've got it starting from uncontrollable laughter. Okay. But there's the parts before it. So let me start at this over again. Okay. Twin flames. It gets better every time. Quote. And then the next one is quote, I have never claimed to be God. End quote. Then the next one. What stops this from being a pyramid scheme? Next one. I have so much love for Jesus. Next one. God as their lover. Next one. Take me away. And then the next one is uncontrollable laughter. So from there, you can see it on the screen. All right. So I'll zoom in. Okay. Uncontrollable laughter. Then we have it's an endless playground. Then we have wowee. Then we have get it on eBay. Then we have how far to lose the V card poll. Then we have he cries when I sing him love songs. Then we have false twin flame. Then we have Jeff's house tour video. Then Charlie the dog. Then T-Fast. Then the monster TV. Then we have a whole delicious TV. Then we have 15 children in the bathtub. Then another monster TV. Then this is a shout out to Spencer as well here because this was something he said. They are all tiny waterfalls at the end of the day. Then we have Charles scampers off. Then Jeff's special deal. Then the Vanity Fair article. Yeah, the V card poll. So, and for anyone who's just now getting here, we were taking a look at. Okay. There we go. So our trivia night for tomorrow, we've got 65 questions. There's our categories: 90s music, trial trivia, classic cars, mythology, trees, AT&T CDRs, Kansas Killers, Van Halen, and more. 65 questions for y'all. It's going to be fucking fun as fuck. It's a lot of fucks. It's all fucking. Shout out to anyone who's getting here. Heather, Trisha, welcome, welcome, welcome. Angel's here as well. Woo! That list was timestamps from the recent live stream we did where we did another round of twin flaming, just because I thought the timestamps are so, like, to me are funny enough. Like I was saying that I have a hard time doing the timestamps with the twin flame stuff for my own safety because I laugh so hard that I think I might actually die. And but I pushed through it and I did timestamps, but to me the timestamps are just already so fucking funny. So I was reading them for that purpose. Unless you're talking about the list on the screen now, which is the categories for Trivia's night, which is tomorrow. Trivia night. Yep. It's third times. Right. Timestamps is time. Yep. Third time you've seen what video, Heather? A whole delicious TV a week. A whole organic lawn. Y'all were so fucking funny. There were so many funny comments. Like, I swear, every time we go twin flaming, you guys are so funny and y'all's comments are so funny. I'm like, I'm gonna have to make another compilation video because part of the reason why it's funny is what you guys say. Oh God. So I'm trying to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. So happy birthday to my mom. Shout out to my nephew who said, "What's a twiz?" And also in other news, do you guys remember Taylor Schabusiness, who made it onto our list of people for the true crime. What is it? The MTV Real World True Crime Edition, right? First season. Guys, remember? And Taylor made it into the top 12, which was not an easy feat. You had to be special to get there. So she's back. I wanted to show you guys this in case you didn't see it because I thought it was really funny. It's not surprising that she attacked another attorney, but his reaction is pretty fucking priceless. So we're just gonna watch this little second here because this is pretty good.
48 State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness appearances.
Gordon Leach for the state.
Taylor Schabusiness is personally present. She is in custody with attorney Curtis Jelka.
All right, this matter is set for a preliminary hearing today. Mr. Jelka, what's the status?
Your Honor, my understanding is we are proceeding.
All right, Mr. Leach.
Your Honor, I'm just checking in on the status of my officer. I expected.
I will try, Heather. You know, I feel like when I first saw this, I did try. There's no subtitles or closed captioning available. I will try.
Here, so, but I'm also having connectivity problems here. I might need to run upstairs and see if she may be upstairs. If I can have her.
Sure.
And Judge, it sounds like just one witness. We're asking for sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
Yeah, what is she saying there? Yeah, Heather, good question. Huh, okay.
Just one witness. We're asking for sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
Oh, his reaction. I mean, you literally gotta love that. He's like, he's just not even fazed. I mean, he doesn't take offense to it. He doesn't, his reaction is freaking amazing to me. This is a dude who is built for this job right here.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
Right here, right now. Sorry. I have no idea. None. I don't know. James, well done. And for anyone who hasn't seen it, we do have some new custom emoji for channel members. One of them includes the AI rendering of a squirrel holding a twizzle stick. Exactly. He's seen it all. Yep. Yep. Literally just that's it. Exactly. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. One more time. One more again. Right? He's like, yawn. Yep. He literally is like this is, imagine what your life must be like when this is not an exciting day at court.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
He's not even afraid. Also, watch how quickly, this is incredible. Their response time is insane. They're not even that close to her. Like, let me back it up a little bit further to where we can see. Look at this. They're not even anywhere within sight, even when the camera zoomed out. Watch this shit. This is crazy.
Taylor Schabusiness appearances.
How the fuck did they get over there that quick? Blows my mind. You guys remember the dude that went flying and jumped and hit the judge and all that? Like, this is crazy.
Gordon Leach for the
Like,
state.
they're not even anywhere in the shot at all. And so you can see that. So keep that in mind, right?
Sure.
And Judge, it sounds like just one witness. We're asking for sequestration, but that may be a moot
How did they
point.
get there so quick?
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
Crazy. She barely, because watch, he puts his hands up. He's not even he could have tried to do more. He didn't. It's wild. It's like his reaction time wasn't slow, but theirs is so fast. This blows my mind.
All right.
It is one witness, Your
Like,
Honor.
he puts his hand up, but I don't even think he makes contact with her before they got her.
All right.
Like, that one dude with the glasses, though, is like special powers.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
That dude right there has got how? Wow. Let's watch it. Well, let's watch it once in a slower mo. I'll put it on mute so it doesn't sound weird. Unless maybe we can make out what she says. We'll do it that way. We'll put it not on mute because this is really impressive. There's a lot that's impressive here. The attorney, the bailiffs.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Amazing. This attorney gets all the prizes. So does that bailiff. I have no idea what she's saying though. Still, that's really funny, Angel. Hello, MCAT. Welcome, welcome. No, this just happened. This just happened. This is new. This is her appellate attorney. And by the way, I'm sure you guys probably saw it. This is funny because the timing of this happened around the same time Dale Brooks was back in court asking, guess what, to represent himself on appeal. Like, I think they might have even been the same day. It was pretty crazy. I'm like, whoa. This is her appellate attorney. This just happened the other day. Yeah, she did say they were on a lot of drugs. There are no closed captioning. I could try though on a different, see if there's a different feed that has closed captioning. Although, I mean, I don't know that they'll be able to make that out. Yeah, who was it? What was it, Heather, the other day? Fuck, what was it? Fuck. What was it? He said, Twiz was said, who's somebody? And I was like, Heather, can you handle this for me? And you were like, Twiz, who's George? What was it? Who was he asking about the other day? I can't remember now. I feel like it must have been Jeff. Or no. He was asking about tiny waterfalls. He says, where did the tiny waterfalls come from? Yeah, I think that's what it was, actually. Imagine being her cellmate. God, I would not. I don't want to imagine that, actually. You've seen this before. Well, you know, maybe you saw it already, but also, yeah, she did this before. But her hair is, she's got a different hairdo now. She's kind of copying Lori Vallow a bit, but like she's got two bobs instead of one, two bobbles. We love you, Twiz. She almost got Twiz. You better come on the show. We're going to watch Alex take the stand. Let me pull up another one, though, and see if I can get closed captioning. Let's see here. I have all the 90s songs stuck in my head, and it is glorious. Glorious. Okay, let me see if I can find one of her that has the things. She has a child? I think I blocked that out of my memory, MCAT, on purpose. Ugh. Yeah, this is from one day ago, and she's basically, by the way, she's there. What she's there for here is attacking a prison guard, but like, so maybe that's not her appellate. For some reason, I thought that was her appellate counsel, but maybe not. Maybe because I didn't watch this full video. The other one, the one that we just watched came out first. This one has like the full hearing or whatever. So I guess I assumed it was her appellate counsel. Maybe it's not because she's there for attacking a prison guard. So here, let me do this. So now we can have the full hearing, I guess. And this does have closed captioning. There you go.
This Schabusiness is now down in the jail. She's appearing by.
Brought to the attention of the officers or investigators as they're putting together their case.
Yeah. Do you know an officer, Lindsay Lidke?
I do.
Okay, so I'm just gonna skip ahead. So they're just talking about, I guess, her attacking a prison guard. So let's get to the good part here.
Rashida didn't even see the video, so I would move to dismiss, the argument being the identification was inadequate at this time.
Does this not include that? Oh, hold on.
The correctional officer.
Oh, this is the next day. And so now look at her. Okay. I'm trying to put all this together. Or maybe it's the same day. Basically, you can see the difference. She's no longer there her face. This has got to be what it is. So they took her out and they put her in a different room and they put her on Zoom or what have you. Okay, that's got to be what this is. So this does not have the actual attack. Well, gosh darn it. That's got to be here. Let's just play this and then we'll see. Okay.
The last time we were in court, there was a commotion.
There we go. Last time we were in court, there's a commotion. Okay.
Yelled, stood up. She was then physically detained, moved out of the court, and moved down to the jail. It appeared, I didn't see exactly what happened with it. It appeared that she had tried to get at it in turn. And so the court does now find that Ms. Schabusiness is way too right to be present given the outburst.
Just like freaking Daryl Brooks being sent to the other room. I mean, amazing, right? So there you go. Okay. Right? That's a good question. It's like to see her and Lori, fighting shackles and handcuffs. What's her name? You're saying this defendant's name, Taylor Schabusiness? Actually, you can see it in the top left there. Well, there's the search bar thingy, but you can see it up there in the top left. She got Daryl Brooks. Yep. Accurate, MCAT. She got Daryl Brooks. She did. You can't hear? Is he the coach? Are you talking about this video? Coach? Good night, Kimmy. I don't know what you mean by coach. Why would there be a coach? This isn't a sports ball. This is court. We have a judge. We have an attorney. We have Taylor Schabusiness in another room. You're going to have to explain what you mean by coach, though. That you will have to do, because I don't know where you got coach from. Do you mean Daryl Brooks is her coach? I don't know. He looks like a coach. I've literally never had a coach in my life. I have no experience with coaches. I can't possibly, I don't even know. Yep, it happened again. So Twiz is so sure he's seen it before he double checked. That's what it says. Yes. Twiz, okay, we're going to switch over to Alex Murdaugh. Twiz, are you going to come on? Please come on. I want to know, because I don't know that you've seen this anyway. You're in for a treat. I mean, this is momentous occasion right now. All right, let me pull it up. Guys, ready? We're going to start with the colloquy. When he takes the stand, we'll put it on normal speed.
Good morning. Anything before we bring the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
A couple things. First of all, we're going to ask you in a minute to advise Alec Murdaugh on his rights.
Now, one thing that's really funny is that his attorneys don't want him to take the stand, and you can tell that he kind of overrides them, which he has every right to do.
Fine. Before we do that, though, I'd like to renew all previously made motions concerning the financial crimes that were allowed in by Your Honor's ruling under 403, race, gesti, and maybe 401, and advise the court that we will renew our motion to exclude that testimony. And now, because it was included, our advice to Mr. Murdaugh would have been different in terms of taking a stand if that material had not been allowed under motive. But since it was allowed in under 608, we would object to it. I just want to put on the record that our advice, had that not been allowed in, our advice as to whether to take the stand or not would have been different. I want to put that on the record. I'm asking you to strike the financial information, and we perhaps would need a recess then to give him different advice about what to do.
Let's try to.
Yes. Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, obviously we've addressed this issue. I'm happy to
That's the court team.
Considered all of this and admitted it, and we've stayed within those boundaries, and I'm not aware of any reason why in the middle of this trial we would change the rules. But I would just be reiterating what I made to Your Honor before.
Anything further, Mr. Harpootlian?
No, Your Honor.
The court has determined that the so-called financial crimes and other crimes and or bad acts have determined them to be relevant, material, and admissible, having given the 403.
You guys that have not seen this, this is the best, probably the best thing that you'll ever see in trial. Like it is, especially the cross, but both. Of course, we're gonna start with direct. He's on direct exam for like the entire day, and I think some of the next day, and then cross is like the rest of that day, and then like all the next day. And it is the most epic thing ever of all time. This is incredible
404 analysis,
stuff.
as well as the race geste analysis. And the trial has proceeded with many witnesses testifying regarding these issues. And the court will not change course during the trial and provide any special exception to Mr. Murdaugh.
No more special treatment for you, Alex.
Testimony regarding the matters that the court has
They
already
really want to punish him. They could call him Alex.
with regard to the advice of counsel, Mr. Harpootlian, you stated for the record the basis for your advice. Of course, a defendant's. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, first of all the financial information, misdeeds are in the record, basically. I mean, the amounts.
I'm going to skip ahead to where they get to the actual colloquy instead of Poot's ramblings. He's still trying to keep shit out because basically anything that is coming in or has come in, it's going to come up on cross. Look at Alex sitting there. This is their last effort to try to save this from being an absolute utter disaster. Okay, character assassination. I mean, oh man, oh man, oh man.
It's compounded this new problem. Opinion. This is a Bernie Madoff.
If you used to have sound problems, I'll switch to law and crime.
Trial. This is
It's an argument that you can make to the jury. I've ruled on the issue, and I
If you
do
have
not know
Human,
what the
Happy Annie, I have watched it 100
questions
times,
that the
and it
state.
gets better every time. Some things are like that. They get better with some things get better with repetition and with time, and this is one of those things. But it was already amazing the first time.
And so I ask, I cannot forecast the next 3 days as you have just done as to every minute detail the
Yes,
state
Judge
will
Newman.
seek to introduce. And all rights are preserved as to any and all testimony and anything that is objectionable that you all wish to object to it. The court will rule when those
I heard that officials' foot will get fixed if you come on the show.
objections are made.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. All we're saying is if they have carte blanche to go into the minute details and talk about who the victims were and do all of that and do that, it's going to take a week more, especially with our objections, and then have to redirect them on that.
Trisha.
And
I
haven't
know.
we wasted enough time on financial matters?
Poot, really? Look at that courtroom. Alex just loves to fucking talk and run his mouth. I mean, he did 3 freaking videoed interviews with law enforcement and 1 audio interview.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond if you desire.
Your Honor, again, the court has ruled. I don't think I need to address it any further.
You and the
When
rest
a
of the
defendant
world.
takes the stand and testifies, he has no right to.
I couldn't believe it when this happened. I'm just remembering this day in real time when it happened, and I couldn't fucking believe it because I'm like, he hasn't said he's doing it yet, but this is what it sounds like. And I mean, I'm with you guys who were like, how the fuck would he do this? Because in my mind, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. I thought to myself, surely he learned his lesson from the other interviews, right? Like I said, the 3 on camera, the one that was audio recorded. I'm like, surely he learned his lesson. He shouldn't have done, and that was already dumb. But like literally when he said he was going to testify, I don't even know. I was like, okay, this is what we're doing today. Like this is, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Like one of the most epic moments in history for trials. Like could not fucking, and I thought to myself, who I empathized with at that moment was Creighton, who probably was he had prepared for this, but I doubt he never thought this would happen either. And I'm like, oh my God, at that moment, Creighton now knows he's going to get to cross Alex. Holy mother of God! Like I'm just all of the feels.
Set forth to the jury all facts which may be favorable without exposing himself to cross-examination, whether or not.
Wow, you guys,
defendant
y'all that haven't
testifying
seen it, I'm
is
so
solely
excited, you
the right
guys.
of that defendant. The court makes no recommendations pro or con. I have no role other than advising the defendant of his rights and to ensure that he understands his rights so that he will make an informed decision with regard to testifying after consultation with counsel and anyone else he might want to testify, consult with. Do you wish me to engage in that colloquy at this time with Mr. Murdaugh?
Your
Sorry.
Honor, I think it would be good for you to engage in that colloquy now. We
Oh
have
my
one short
God.
witness before he would testify, if he continues to want to testify.
All right. Mr. Murdaugh, if
I
you
forget they're going to have one short witness. I don't even remember if that witness testifies. I don't remember, even though again, I've seen this so many times, because literally this is the moment. This is the moment right here. And watch how he shuts his attorneys down when they try to like, dude, okay.
come forward and stand in front of me.
Hold on, let's put this on normal speed. I still can't believe I'm witnessing this. Just that's how big this is. I still can't believe I'm witnessing it.
And Madam Clerk, if you will swear him.
Oh my God, I cannot believe this is happening. Oh my God. And it's Miss Becky. And I forgot it was Miss Becky. It's Miss Becky. It's Miss Becky. It's Miss Becky. Unbelievable.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. At this time, I'm going to explain to you certain of your rights. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know, and I will explain it in greater detail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, we have now reached the stage of the trial in which you are presenting your defense. And you have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states in part that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. And this means that you cannot be required to testify. You do, however, have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. Whether or not you testify is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case.
Now that is especially important here because remember, his attorneys were just making that, Pooh was just making that whole thing about trying to keep out all the financial crimes in the boat case and all the rest. And so while this is the standard colloquy, this is a reminder to Alec, look what you're opening yourself up to, you fool, right? This is your last chance to turn around and say, sit your ass back down. Oh.
If you decide to testify, the decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. As I understand that you have no convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for any crimes punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment. But as it relates to any other relevant issue as determined by the court, you may be examined or cross-examined on any relevant issue. Do you understand?
I do, yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorneys, Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, family, friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you. Do you understand what I've explained?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Here we go.
And you've talked with your lawyers about whether or not you've testified. Mr. Harpootlian just suggested advice he's given to you. The court has no comment whatsoever as to whether you should or should not testify. But do you wish to
You should not. But
Do-
so glad you did.
confer with lawyers some more about whether or not you should testify?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to
Oh, fuck. He doesn't want to hear what they have to say because they're probably like, "You fool, sit your ass down."
but do you wish to confer with lawyers some more about whether or not you should testify?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to whether you're going to testify?
Yes, sir,
All right, and what is your decision?
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
Ah!
All right,
I mean, just the way that this floored me, I couldn't fucking. I was like, it's just so funny. I never thought this would happen. I'm like, there's just no fucking way. I'll tell you what. I remember when we were watching the Zach Hughes trial and other trials as well. But like and ever since this trial, whenever people were discussing, oh, do you think someone's going to testify? And I'm always like, no way. I always say, well, hang on, I'm going to eat my words because never in a million years did I think this motherfucker would testify, and he did. So I can't ever say for sure. And it's so funny because I think I said, with Zach Hughes, I was like, it didn't even cross my mind. But then I was like, but I can't say he won't because Alex did, and sure enough, Zach Hughes also did, which is really crazy.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All
right.
We'll have one short witness before Mr.
There's
Murdaugh.
Buster. Yep.
Very well.
The Petito trial, there isn't a trial. So they have a short witness. Fine, we're skipping past that. I just love how we're like trying to get Twiz to come on, and Twiz is like, BRB. It's so Twizzy. So Twizzy. All right. Look at that courtroom. They're bringing the jury. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. MCAT says, I think I called him sick on day 2. Yeah, it was that type of thing. This was that type of thing. I just have to say, like, that says it all, right? It's like, this is one of those times where you use up your sick days. This is that type of thing. And day 2 is cross, for me. Yeah. But it's just, man. Yeah, it's funny that Randy never testified, huh? John Marvin did. I liked John Marvin, but we'll watch that and talk about it. I have thoughts. Oh my God, this waiting though. I know we're skipping through it, but just imagine though, even with skipping through it, it's like grueling, The jury's taking way longer than usual, I will say. Yeah, they're really taking a lot longer than usual. Oh, here comes Miss Becky. Interesting, right? Given all the things. You mean pooped? Hold on. There you go. There you go. There you go, everybody. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, here we
Thank
go.
you. Ma'am, you will not be able to sit.
Hi, Tonka.
Cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box.
So that is actually came up. That came up in Miss Becky's hearing because the person who tried to sit near the jury box or whatever was one of the like reporters or something who like Miss Becky had some thing going on with. I can't remember exactly, but that came up in her hearing. It got up to like 89 or 90 degrees today, by the way. So like a few days ago, it was still winter. And now it's like summer, full swing.
You may call your next witness.
Oh my God. I can't. Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay. Pause. People, let's just remember this. Let's just think about this moment. There's so much in this moment. Okay. So Jim Griffin has been a longtime friend of Alex's. Jim Griffin was there the night of the murders. Jim Griffin was there the days after the murders. Jim Griffin was there for a lot of the shit that makes him pretty much a witness. Jim Griffin is going to be the one questioning Alex on direct. I don't know that was the best choice. I mean, of course he shouldn't have taken the stand, but I don't know if maybe it would have done better. I mean, it wouldn't, I don't know if it made a difference, but I will say Jim is really close to the situation. Like that's an understatement. So there's that. And so just think about this moment where now Jim, he's got to be fucking trying not to puke. Jim's got to be trying not to puke. It's bad enough if you're just his attorney, but you're an attorney and a close friend and you were all up in this whole thing. And watch how slowly he stands up. I'm sure he's trying not to puke.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God. I mean, I feel like I could puke for him.
The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
You know what this reminds me of? Some of you guys may have heard me tell the story about the one and only time I got nervous playing violin in a recital. And it was in my master's recital when I was going to play Paganini. And this is what this is like. This is what this is like. I mean, seriously, I feel this. Like, because Paganini is like notorious for in the violin world. And it's just like, that's the moment where it's like, I literally have never been nervous playing violin ever. But like, you know, so you walk off stage in between all the different pieces. So like I walked off stage and then it was like time for the Paganini. And I was backstage and it's like, you just walk off and then you walk back on. So like the audience is waiting for me to walk back on. So then they will clap and then I will play. And I went backstage before the Paganini, right? And literally, and I'm the only one back there. It's just me because it's a solo recital. And I'm like looking around. I've got my case. I've got my stuff, right? I'm looking around and I'm like, what would happen if I just ran? If I just ran? And I'm like, I would pack up my violin, take my violin with me. What would happen if I just ran? I'm like, can I change my name? Can I join the witness protection program? Can I just go crawl in a hole and hide? Like I literally was sitting there in what felt like forever. I don't know how long it actually was, but I was like trying to weigh it out. What would actually happen legit if I did any of these things? I'm like, how can I get out of this? How can I get out of this? I'm like, what if I said I died? What if I died? Like if I died, can I get out of this? Like literally, I'm like, how can I stop this from happening? I'll like literally, and I'm like trying to think of different scenarios to get out of this. And the audience was sitting there waiting for me, right? And I couldn't think of a way to get out of it. So then I had to accept it. I opened the door, or, you know, I open the door as I walk in, they clap and I bow. And then even after they finished clapping, right? And I had my violin in playing position, I like took a moment and then I took another moment and then I took another moment and then I took another moment. And I like waited as long as human fuckingly possible, basically. And then I had no choice, but I had to do it. And it was fine. It was great. But like, it's like, I can picture that being like, if there was ever a time where Jim Griffin was like, what if I just ran out of this courtroom? What would happen if I just faked a heart attack? What would happen if I just started throwing up everywhere? You know what I mean? Like I imagine that's how he feels in this moment, right?
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
Watch your step.
What are you talking about, Dean?
You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, Murdaugh. Good morning.
Oh my God. That microphone can't see you, Alec. Even Jeff Jesus can't save you. Now, how do you guys, some of you guys haven't watched this. Matt, listen to how Jim Griffin chooses to start this out.
On June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout such as this and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
Crazy.
No, I did not.
Did you shoot?
I mean, there's so much here, like that's, but also you'll notice he's nodding, right? I mean, the behavior people had a field day with him, obviously.
Mr. Murdaugh,
He's got the shark eyes, guys. He's got the shark eyes.
did you take a 300 blackout such as this and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
Answer the question, y'all. I've watched this so many times. I don't know that I've ever noticed this. I don't remember noticing this if I did, but like, look at how he goes to answer the question before he finishes asking it. Look.
Your wife Maggie's leg, torso.
I don't know if I've noticed that before, but like, this is my point. You'll always get something out of it. Like, there's always more. Like, that's insane.
And fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
Okay. Well, also, here's the thing. You guys see how that actually weakens the denial? I didn't shoot my wife anytime ever. That's not even the question. Like, if no one's saying you murdered them more than once, right? Come on. You see what I mean? That makes it easier to lie. We all probably have heard that this is a thing that people will do. He didn't say that he didn't. I mean, and of course, it's the what do they call it? The denial when you say did not. I forget what the word is for that, but it's like instead of saying didn't, you say did not, right? It's that whole thing. But it just takes it a step further here with this. Like, I did not anytime ever. Like, that's irrelevant. That's irrational, illogical, non-responsive. And it's really not even denying that you killed them on that day, because it's just too, you've reconceptualized the question, right?
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you on the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you, in fact, at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
He has no choice but to say that. Now, how is he going to explain it?
Did you lie to SLED Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th?
Same.
That the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th?
I mean, by the way, this entire fucking thing is leading, right? This is all leading. And it's just, he's not having to actually say much except I did or I did not, right? I think that's part of the point of this, why he started out this way, to start it out like this before he asked him questions where he's going to get into detail. And, this dude loves to fucking talk, right? I tell you what, just how he would give too much detail to self-incriminate when he was giving his law enforcement interviews, same thing here. I mean, there's so much. He just talks. There's so much I was able to solve about this case that kind of was at the time like unsolved. But like if you really listen to all the extra details he gives, you can figure shit out. So we'll point that out as we go along. But he's starting out with him not having to say much at all, except I did or I did not.
You tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them?
Yeah.
By telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time.
Okay. Okay. You guys. I literally forgot that he does this quickly. He launches right into it, people. Swear to God, Alec. No words.
I would get in these situations or circumstances.
I mean,
where,
by launching right into this, you know what he's not having to do. Like, listen to this question. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Paul?
As my
Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
So why did you lie about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul? This should be about Maggie and Paul, right? Instead.
As my addiction.
I can't with him. Hey, Pete, I believe, are you a new girlfriend? I know we have had a Pete before, but I don't think this is, I don't recognize the last name. So welcome if you're new.
Over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking.
Hang on, I've got a clip for this. Where the fuck is Twiz? Twiz. I've got a clip for this.
The paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking, it was always related to pills.
It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a
literally can impeach him right here.
reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paw Paw.
Oh my God, already. I forgot it was so soon. He comes up with, dude.
After finding
cat.
Mags and Paw Paw.
I have to say, you guys are amazing because Tonka says his paranoia was a direct result of his theft. Yes, absolutely. That's a great point. And then after the murders, it was both. But yes, and then Cat stolen money, the drugs made me do it. Yep, great, love it.
Don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot test from my hands.
This is ridiculous because that fool did not think in a million years they would ever be charging him with murder. There's no way around that. Every single thing that he did, including in this trial, for example, on day one, we watched it, even on this go around, on day one, after opening statements and everybody's mingling, he stands up and he's fucking shaking everybody's hands and waving at all his friends. And he's got the fucking Tic Tacs and he's eating the Tic Tacs. And then the bailiff's like, come on, it's time to go. And then Alex gives him the finger, like, hold on a moment, and then tries to pocket the Tic Tacs and take them with him. It's not normal. Like the entitlement level.
I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick, and just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did.
Could be.
I'm sorry to my son Buster.
Not a bad thought, Tonka.
I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T.
Poor Buster.
I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Paw Paw. I would never.
Are you guys hearing any weirdness on the audio's end? Let me know if you are, and I can try to see if if Law and Crime or whatever feed is better.
Intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them.
Nodding.
Ever.
Nodding.
Ever.
Did
Yeah, Tonka, for sure.
you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave.
There it is.
But once I told a lie, and I told my family, I had to keep lying.
That's one of those sayings. Is that from something? I feel like people say that, but now when they say that, I feel like they're quoting Alec. But it's like, is that from actually something, like from a poet or whatever? I don't even know anymore if that's an Alecism or if that already existed.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of
Oh, thank you,
June
Kate.
7th,
Right.
starting when you met
Right.
Paul.
Thank you.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning or?
Oh God.
Sure, start in the morning.
It was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town.
Now, notice how quickly the tears are gone. So first of all, I want to just say something. There's an Office reference. You guys remember there's a moment from The Office, the show, where Michael Scott, it says you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And then in tiny letters, it says, it's like attributing the quote to Wayne Gretzky. And then in big letters beneath that, it says Michael Scott, like Michael Scott quoting Wayne Gretzky, but like he's trying to make it look like he said it. So it's like, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And then it's like Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. It makes me think of that with Alex here with the Shakespeare. It's like, oh, what a tangled web we weave, like Shakespeare. Alex Murdaugh. If you guys know what I mean, hopefully you've seen that. It's pretty funny.
She was going.
So yeah, let's back it up a second here, because this is crazy how quickly he changes when now he's, look at that pause. Wow. Wow, hold on.
Once I told a lie.
Okay, yeah, I want to
You
get
know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told a lie, and I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Wow. Shark eyes.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th.
The question,
starting when you met up with Paul.
The question was, tell the jury what happened starting on the evening when you met up with Paul.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day.
Even that is already going back further than what the question is asking. He said, tell me what happened starting in the evening when you met up with Paul.
You mean start in the morning or?
Motherfucker, evening, meeting up with Paul.
Sure, start in the morning.
So let's now just back it up a solid 10 hours so you can bullshit some more. Exactly, Pete.
It was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town.
She sure does sound good. I like
She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edista, where she was having some work done on our house at Edista. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things.
Incredible. This is now remember, okay. Keep in mind, we always talk about objections in the strategy. Creighton could be objecting. Creighton could have objected 1,000 times already here, okay? First of all of this is fucking leading, basically. But this is insane, considering the question was, tell us what happened when you met up with Paul that evening. And here we're getting the backstory about Maggie that morning at Edisto, and it's just like, we've gone so far fucking afield. What even, like, and now he's just going to talk. But that's exactly why Creighton's not objecting. Let him fucking talk. It's very smart.
Always ask Maggie to come back.
The thing is this,
home.
Sometimes when you let the defendants ramble, right? Same thing goes with an interrogation. Sometimes it's not a good thing because they're going to just not give you anything you can work with, right? It's a strategy. And a lot of people didn't get that. Like when we get to cross, a lot of people didn't understand what was happening. And I'm like, you guys, because you're dealing with somebody who the more he talks, the more he fucks himself over. And that's an understatement. This dude gives you more and more details. And when you're smart and you catch them, and you have to know that you have to know the person. Like Creighton has studied him for so long. Creighton knows him and he knows this case inside and out. If you don't have all that information, you won't see all the stuff that's so valuable that he says. The more you let him ramble, you're giving him more rope to hang himself with, as the saying goes. And so same thing for direct. Creighton could be objecting so much and he doesn't. And same thing on cross, right? He lets this dude dig his own grave, you know? Yep.
And stay with me.
Yep.
But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paw Paw that
did work. You can't even make this shit up.
She did her thing. I went to work, did.
I don't think you did a damn thing.
Work. I learned from Paw Paw that.
Who's Paw Paw?
That's Paul, my son, Paw Paw.
Don't act like everybody knows who Paw Paw is. This is just so infuriating. No one knows who you're talking about, including Jim Griffin.
That.
Who's Paw Paw?
That's Paul, my son, Paw Paw. My son, Paul, murdered.
And yet.
Why are you acting like the jury should know that? You've been here this entire trial. No one's ever called him that. You idiot.
And your name for him was Paw Paw.
No.
Yeah, we called him Paw Paw.
Don't.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Again, notice how he this is again. He didn't say yes. Yes, that's correct. He said we called him. Again, that's a way you always hear about this, like when they're analyzing people who lie and whatnot. Like it's a way to take the responsibility off of yourself, right? But the thing is that literally no one else calls him that except Alex. We've heard so many people testify at this point. No one calls him that. But yet you're still going to say we? Oh.
Yeah, we called him Paw Paw.
Okay, go ahead.
No, we did not.
And
neither did you.
Buster, Maggie, I called him Paw Paw or Paul Terry.
Look at him following up on that, trying to make
Mags called him Paw Paw. Buster called him Paw Paw. A lot of people called him Paw Paw.
Now later it turns to Bus, and we get Bus and Row, and it's just.
But anyway, yeah. I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew
the
about
fucking sunflowers. Who had? We all knew the sunflowers were going to come up, but this soon, he's not been on the stand. Look, we're watching on normal speed, although the timing would be the same anyway. He's been on the stand. Hold on. That's like when he first sits up there, he's fiddling with the mic. He's been on the stand, you guys, for all of 6 minutes, and he's already talking about the goddamn sunflowers.
About that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know.
We've now gone back further in time. You know, we backed up from the evening when Paul gets there, and then he goes, "You want me to start when I got home, when I left work or whatever?" That's already backing it up. But then it was like, no, we're going to start the morning. Now we've gone back further into the history with the goddamn sunflowers.
They had died, so we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just it's a big social part of having property. People come, and it's just a social big part of it. So
you guys, this is insane. 6 minutes in.
Dove field was a big deal.
We're getting so far fucking away in a field. And again, it's so wild, right? When it starts out, very first questions right out the gate. Did you kill your wife and son? Da-da. And now we're just like, we're in imaginary land where there are no murders, and we're just talking about the fucking sunflowers and the dove field.
So when the sunflowers got killed, Paul was.
Now that's interesting.
We knew they were dead. Paul was.
Okay. He uses very interesting languaging too around the sunflowers in his interviews. And so let me back that up a second, because I think it's interesting.
It's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home. And I learned that early.
Interesting, right?
Monday morning.
Yeah, right, MCAT?
And did,
interesting.
We'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paw Paw at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I'm just focusing on that evening right now.
Right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
how'd you get to the dove field?
He had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
So
okay,
all this tomfoolery with the trucks, and then eventually the golf carts and ATVs, why we started, when I covered this trial gal, we started the What the Truck series, and that turned into a whole lot more than that, because it ended up helping me figure out how and when the guns got over there, and among other things. So we might pull that up at some point. Probably when he's on Cross, though. Probably when he's on Cross, because they delve into it more.
Truck, and you go to the dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go.
I guess Twiz never came back.
To the dove field, and we look, and it was clearly. It didn't. You could tell they were. I mean, you could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. I mean, they might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew.
How does that make any sense? Either something's dead or it's not dead, Alex. Are you saying you could have given them CPR and they would have been okay? Fucking hell. That's insane. Again, I never caught this. All the times I've watched this, I've never caught that. There's so much in here, you guys.
What else?
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the dove field, and we look, and it was clearly. It didn't. You could tell they were. I mean, you could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. I mean, they might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field.
They might have still been alive, but you know what? It warranted replanting the whole field.
So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paw Paw.
Oh, fucking hell.
We just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around, and we spent time together on the property.
Not that much time, because he tries to make it seem, in all of his interviews, he tries to make it seem like it's hours. It's really a short period of time. It's always less than I think it's going to be. So for that reason, I mean, it's on the timeline, but it's something like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something insane. Like, it's not much time at all. And remember, in one of his interviews, actually, it's his second interview with law enforcement, he says that they went target shooting or target practicing. That's the only time that he says that, is in that one interview. The rest of the time, it's just riding the property. But in that one interview, he adds in, we went target practicing or whatever they call it.
Duck pond.
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the bridge stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute. And
Did you?
The thing is, this was premeditated, right? Because he lured Maggie and Paul there. Paul, they weren't living at Moselle, because like Maggie for the summer stayed at Edisto. She was having work done on the house. Paul was out because he's, college age or whatever, he was at the time, he was living over near John Marvin. He was doing work for him. They both came there that night because Alex called them both there, and he didn't call Buster. So this is premeditated. This was not something. So I'm just addressing. So I'm not saying he didn't go off the deep end, right? But this is premeditated, and this was planned, and a lot happened leading up to this, right? So, and they had dinner together. It was really quick. It's always surprising, right? We pointed it out on the last, well, I forget which live stream, maybe it was last week, but like the amount of time that Paul and Maggie were there before they were dead, it was like less than 2 hours all told. It was well under 2 hours from the time they got there to the time they were dead. And that includes riding the property, having dinner, going out to the kennels, whatnot.
I can remember the duck pond specifically because
he already knows all of Paul's iPhone location data. So this is a pointless question because literally he can just say all of this based on what the iPhone location data shows.
Help Paw Paw plant the dove field and the corn in the dove field. So sunflowers, corn. And I'd helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paw Paw had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
No cabin.
So he had to stage these guns before the dinner. Because remember, we heard from Roger Dale Davis Jr., who was out at those kennels at 5:00 that day and said there were no guns on that property anywhere. Out where the kennels are. There were no guns. So Alex set these guns up. So what happened was, again, it's in the truck thing, but they're riding the property. And then at the end of that, they separated. Remember how it's weird because they had like multiple trucks. They separated, right? And you can see it from the location data and like the step data and all that. Like they separated, and it comes up in cross. They delve into that a little bit on cross. They separated, and the only possibility is that that's when Alex sets the guns up over there. And I think my personal opinion is that he sets them up at the Skinnin shed. Okay. And then when he shows up at the kennels, he goes and gets the guns at the Skinnin shed. He just goes to the kennels, right? But then when he goes to kill him, he goes and gets the guns at Skinnin shed. Because I think that makes the most sense versus setting them up. I mean, I guess he could have set them up over there near the kennels, but again, all of it's laid out really well in the truck. And what I ended up arriving at rather was the Skinnin shed. So
is what?
That's it's just a little small. It's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen. It's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about where the kids stayed some summers. And
is that what the jury's seen? Some overhead pictures. It's right there on Moselle Road.
Yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop that was sort of the hub. That
he puts a lot of emphasis here. This could be part of how I arrived at what I arrived at, because he puts a lot of emphasis, and he does this in the interviews as well. He puts a lot of emphasis there. He doesn't say, and okay, here's the thing. This to me is like an embedded confession, because he never says in all the interviews, and same thing on the stand, he never says him and Paul went there. Whenever he gets asked this question, like, listen to this answer. Hold on. Instead of saying, here's what we did at the shop, right? Listen to the answer.
the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house,
it's bullshit. It's just we would normally do or whatever, da da da. And he says the same thing in his freaking interviews. He never is able to say anything that they did there. He never even says we went there. He never says we did this there. It's just, oh, we actually, in fact, in one of the interviews, he says, well, I don't remember specifically that we were there, but we must have been because that was our main hub. It's just, it's very interesting. He could have just, there's no point in including it, right? I think it's because he was unsure at the time, perhaps, that of what the phone data would show. And if it would show him over there, right? And so this was like, just in case, I don't know, but the whole thing is odd. And so again, it's my opinion that he went there to put the fucking guns.
You might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. You know, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were.
This is all just bullshit.
That's where all the equipment was kept.
Non-responsive.
I mean, that was the main hub.
Right.
And so
I swear, you know, we had here's the counter, by the way, from when we watched this Gavel to Gavel. I saved this because it's so sentimental to me. So these are the totals at the end of from when we covered this Gavel to Gavel, the pause face. So what we didn't do a counter for is how many times he's non-responsive on the stand. And I'm like, fuck, we should have done a counter for how many times he's non-responsive, because it's like every question, no matter who, like the entire 2 days, 3 days, it's like, it's always non-responsive. Unless it's like, except for the first 3 questions or whatever, did you kill your wife? And sorry, first 2 questions maybe, where he's like, well, he's lying, but it's not non-responsive, right? The rest of this is just completely non-responsive. So anyway, but you'll see there's a ton of these, but that's not on there. And I'm like, fuck, we missed an opportunity, but it's okay because we will at some point do it Gavel to Gavel again.
So we were there that day. I mean, there was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We load.
This just comes out of left field. I forgot about this. There's what? Bulldozer? Never has this come up at all anywhere else in anything that anybody has said. And how the fuck did they have time for that?
Unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick.
Why are you adding? He's adding in more details. This is the problem. He's adding in more details.
Just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there was some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field.
What is happening?
You plant vegetation for wildlife, like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant
the cowpeas. We're talking about the cowpeas.
And then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands.
He's just bullshitting and bullshitting and bullshitting, and he just fucking loves it, doesn't he?
And what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Paw Paw was laughing at me, trying to get it back upright. And that was...
You're saying it was a bit flaccid. You couldn't get it to go up right there.
It was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years, and it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm gonna try to scream instead of goading.
You could not be around Paw Paw.
Oh, again, he's not answering the question. Listen, again. another thing that I don't know that I've caught this part specifically before, but the question is like, were you having a good time then at the moment, right?
Paul having a good time at that point.
You could not be around Paw Paw. You could not be around him and not have a good time.
It's technically it's non-responsive. Because again, it's just like before. When he was asking, did you hurt them or whatever, he says, or did you kill them? Actually, he says the question is, did you kill them? And he says, I could never hurt them. So he changes kill to hurt, and then he says, anytime ever. So it's not, it's a similar thing. It's a similar thing.
Were you close to Paul?
Yes, that's true.
You couldn't be any closer than Paw Paw.
So why is this important? It's not, if you're asking why these questions are being asked, it's the point here is like, well, I don't even know, because he's not answering the questions. Alex is just hoping to I don't know, he's just trying to bullshit the jury, right? His whole thing is going to be, even though I was there 4 minutes before the murders, I couldn't possibly have hurt them because I loved them. That's really all he's got going for him here. So he's just trying to sell them on bullshit. And, remember, he did this for years with so many different things and it worked, right? It worked. And then it was a big turning point, though, after the murders, but after they learned about fake forge and everything, right? Remember, it was a huge deal when we heard Mark Ball testify on the last episode when the side of the road happened. And Mark Ball is like, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. This is bullshit. And so, that's the thing, right? But for so long, this shit worked.
And Buster and I were in awe.
Interesting take, Moktanka. Yeah.
He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
Very interesting. Well, he changed his clothes because his other clothes were covered in blood. They never found those clothes. I think the clothes are with the guns, and I think that the bunnies I think they're probably all together. That's sort of my take. And I do think that Tonka could be onto something below the Skinnin shed because no one's ever dug that up. I mean, think about that. Like anything that'd be underneath those structures would have to be gone to check underneath them. So I always was thinking Redbeard because there's just too much there for Redbeard to not be involved, I think. But under the Skinnin shed, possible also.
What are we doing together with just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Paw Paw. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, Paul's passion. Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. He loved to work it. He loved to work with fields. He loved to work with food plots. He loved to hunt. He'd work on the roads. He would work on all of it. He would work on the structure. He worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
sure,
just ballpark. Can you, knowing what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there, starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records,
Twiz, Mr. BRB.
Paul got home, I believe, a little bit before 7:00, and I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:40.
The details have been
45 or something like that, and Paul got there, very quickly thereafter.
And then
by 7:00.
So you rode the property for a while.
Not for a while.
Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records.
If you're talking about the dude who you think looks like Creighton, I don't even know how you're making that comparison. We're not even seeing Creighton at all. We're probably not going to see Creighton's face at all this entire day. So I don't even know, unless I'm confused and you're talking about Alex or Jim. I don't know.
A little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not. But if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day.
Can someone, okay, I'm just trying to clarify. Are you talking about Creighton? If so, anyone in the chat that feels so inclined, can somebody please Google, if you don't know who that person is, Daniel, can someone Google this person and see if you think that it looks like Creighton and let Kane know? Because so that way Kane doesn't have to feel bothered anymore. Because I don't see the likeness. That's why I'm like, is it the wrong person? Is he actually saying it looks like Alex or Jim? I thought he said Creighton. This is from the other day, but he's still hung up on that. So anyone that wants to let him know, so I think he wants someone else to agree with him, which is fine. So I just personally don't. I'm sure someone else will see a likeness,
Which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not. But if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the
Kane, the last time you said this, you said the lead prosecutor. That's a different person. The lead prosecutor is Creighton Waters. That's who I thought you were referencing. So that's who I compared it to. So you're saying Alex's head lawyer, that's a different person. That's Jim Griffin. So that's why I was clarifying who you're saying they look like. So I'll look it back up because I was comparing it to who you said, which is you said the prosecutor.
the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But
Absolutely.
Shortly after, however, I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So
No, I'm
what
looking.
did you do when you got to the house?
I'm looking it up. I totally see a likeness compared to Jim Griffin. I do see a likeness there. You said Creighton Waters, Kane, completely different person. I totally see a likeness to Jim Griffin. You said head prosecutor. That's Creighton Waters. They look nothing alike. Kane.
Saw Mags, talked to
You
Mags.
said head prosecutor, and I clarified Creighton Waters, and you said yes.
Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June
Now,
7th.
when they measured his height, the physics dude, who is a joke, said between 6'2" and 6'4", and they measured him that morning. Now, how the fuck you can't between 6'2" and 6'4", and they had pictures of them, the dude with the freaking ruler measuring his height, and he goes between 6'2" and 6'4". I mean, it's one of the many things that baffles me. I'm like, okay, well, you're literally measuring his height, literally with a ruler or whatever. And now he's saying I'm a hair over 6'4".
I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June 7th.
Yes, sir.
You know, when you're outside riding around and do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer. We fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what
It's
did you
great,
change
though.
into?
It's so convenient for him, right? Because he can even blame the number of showers on the quote unquote drug addiction.
I changed into the clothes
Okay.
that you've seen in this.
So here's his story. Here's his story. Here's his story with the clothes. His story is, here's the thing. His story is this. Dude, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Oh my God. His story is he took a shower, right, after they rode the property, and he changed clothes at that point, and that's why he's trying to explain away the clothes. Now, remember, he denies ever having changed clothes until they confront him with that Snapchat video, and then he's like, I don't know. Also, the clothes he was wearing were never found, but this is his story. Okay?
Trial, shorts and the shirt.
When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what'd you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Paw Paw were.
Oh,
and,
fuck's sake, Paw Paw.
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What's going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed. I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Paw Paw. Paw Paw was eating, and Paw Paw was almost done eating by the time I got back
Number
out.
of times he says
which
Paw Paw.
Also wasn't unusual. I mean, Paw Paw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, you know, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
So the Maggie and I ate.
Look at Jim Griffin. Jim Griffin is trying not to throw up this whole time.
and
Guarantee
you
you.
all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. Our normal, what we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little, a TV tray that she kept over there. And Paw Paw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
Good hearing. Good on you for listening.
Was the TV on?
Yes,
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
yes. TV.
Now remember, this matters because this is going to be part of his whole story too. And remember, the part of the thing too is they're going to be like, to make it plausible that he could have left the kennels, gotten back to the house within 4 minutes after the kennel video, and been in the house when the other 5'2", 11-year-old ninja assassins killed Maggie and Paw Paw, and that he could not have heard it because the TV was on. But this is all a moot point because everybody knows he was there. But anyway.
We were in the house, TV was on.
So what happened next, Alan?
Paw Paw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something or he was in his room doing something. He was outside doing something.
Clearly you don't know. So why are you answering, dude?
Something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating.
This is great. This is great because this part makes so much. So, I mean, none of it makes sense, but this is great. Wait till you guys hear this explanation as to why he changes his mind to go to the kennels. This is insane. I mean, great question. It's just, right? And I don't even think Creighton brings that up because it's just, it's so, there's just so much bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just so much bullshit. And here's the thing. The TV could have been on. It's entirely possible. It's the emphasis he puts on it that makes it seem like even if it was on, he was really trying to include it to support the stupid story. I wouldn't have thought much about it were it not for the stupid expert whose name I'm not going to say because it's going to be one of the trivia questions for tomorrow. The stupid expert, the physicist who offered the theory about the 5'2", 11-year-old assassins, who part of what they brought him in for, I couldn't believe this the first time I saw it, and I still can't believe it. One of the reasons they brought him in for was to do that stupid test where he fires guns and sees if you could hear him in the house. It blew my mind. I'm like, oh my God, they're really going to try to prove that you could, like, what? Are we in different realities? And one of the things he monitored was the thing if the TV was on. So it's because of all that BS, right? And this witness happened just the day before in terms of trial days, right? Day 20 was that witness. This is day 21. And so now it's completely different. It's like the TV maybe was on, and that's not that unusual for like some families. So fine. However, it's clear that he's relying on this to support a bullshit story that's a lie. So therefore, you know what I mean? It's like putting too much importance on it. And so even if it is true, you're turning it into a lie, right? That's the thing. That's the thing about it, if that makes sense.
More and the dogs is always a chaotic scene.
Okay, I need to back this up. This is a really memorable part here with the whole thing about the kennel. This really matters, right? Because for any of you guys who didn't follow this and everything, his entire story up until the kennel video was released, which was way after the fact, right? They got that kennel video in June of 2022. So like a year after the murders, okay? A year after the murders, because they couldn't get into Paul's phone. Alex was not indicted for murder until July of 2022. So all that time for over a year, he maintained he'd never been to the kennels. Well, then now he's going to have to change the story. And so he's got to now explain this, right? Why he changed his mind to go to the kennels.
I didn't go at that
He's got to try to convince the jury of this story.
time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done?
So again, I feel like I need to save this for when he's on cross, but I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, that with the what the truck we did, I put so many hours into that, you guys, and I worked out every possible scenario. If I remember correctly, the only possible scenario, this really changes things. The only possible scenario, this is going to blow y'all's mind, is that he rode up there with them. So I think that everybody thought that he rode up there after, right? Went on his own. Where would that have come from? From him, right? And the element of surprise in that potentially maybe he rode up and brought the guns with him. I did all of it was like putting together a puzzle, right? With the vehicles, because of the number of vehicles and where the vehicles were when. And that's why I started the truck. Cause I was like, what the fuck is going on with these trucks? Right. Cause none of it was adding up. I'm like, something's missing here. And I worked it all out. And the only explanation is that he rode with them, and their ATV or whatever sat 4 people. So it could have been whoever was driving, right? It might've been Paul, but it seats 4 people. Okay. Is the only possibility. He rode up there with them. And that's part of the reason why I know the guns were staged ahead of time, because he didn't bring guns with him. He had the guns ready ahead of time and he rode up there with them. But again, he's trying to tell a story that could somewhat seem like his previous story has any type of truth to it.
Previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday.
Yes, exactly, Tonka. Yes, exactly.
Start with Friday or go backwards?
Yeah. Start with Friday.
All right.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th.
And some of it's like what he's not saying, but I totally agree with you. And that's how I solved a lot of this stuff, is from his testimony. Like I said, him taking the stand gave us a lot more information. And it's like a lot of it, you have to really put it together by going back and how he explained it the previous day and whatever. But like, it is all buried. It is all buried in there, right? It's 100%. It's there.
My dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
That's a dumb answer. Here's why. His dad was dead 3 days later. He was sick. He was having a hard time. Dude, homie's on death's door. Like, this is odd. This is another one of those things where he could have actually been honest. Now, the thing is that there's no evidence that Alex went to go visit him. In fact, the evidence, if I recall, is like Alex didn't go visit him, but tried to say he did, because that was supposed to be part of the reason that he called Maggie over, right? was to go visit the parents. But like, anyway, regardless. And also, this is just very weird. Like, for example, when John Marvin gets asked about the dad and the dad's condition, even way before this, even going back for months, John Marvin gets understandably emotional, right? This is very interesting to think about. And especially, again, 3 days prior to his dad passing away, he was sick. He was having a hard time. What?
In the hospital. I spent the night there, you know.
No.
He was real sick.
No.
I mean, he was having
He didn't spend the night there. That's bullshit.
hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
Objection, facts on
Saturday
evidence.
and Sunday.
Saturday, we had plans with.
Honestly, if you were to go with objecting to facts on evidence, he wouldn't get a damn word out. I'll say.
Buster in Brooklyn. Y'all heard about Brooklyn? It's Buster's wonderful little
Great
girlfriend.
Wonderful little girlfriend.
And Mags and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia, to go to the South Carolina. It was a regional baseball tournament.
Great.
And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags,
I don't even remember what the question was, but it doesn't matter because whatever he's answering is not answering the question. So
at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And then, did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. You know, it was fairly late into the evening, and after that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went and had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie.
yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Maggie loved her. She spoiled my dad, and always taking him something. My dad loves sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
I'm going to back this up.
Yes.
So this is really important. Remember, because of Maggie's iPhone, her location data was overwritten. One of the things that's they can't definitively prove as per her phone data is where Maggie spent the night before. Okay. Now here's the thing. Listen to this question. So they've been at this thing for the weekend with the sports ball, right? Okay.
I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went and had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and was there another game?
Okay.
Another game the next day. That's right. And
And then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie?
Yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags.
Right there. He forgot he was supposed to say it because Maggie did not go back to the house. She stayed at Edisto. Not only was that her normal practice in the summer, but also there was work being done on the house, construction work. And so she was in charge of all that. And this is why you don't have leading questions. This is why you're not supposed to have leading questions. Because see how he goes, that's right. Like he remembers he's supposed to say that. Like this is so
And then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie?
Yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Now, isn't this funny with the overlap here with Karen Reed with the fucking donuts?
Maggie loved her. She spoiled my dad and always.
Again, so there was a specific story for one of their witnesses about them bringing the donuts, which why would they just trying to prove, I don't even know what, but like that's supposed to be a specific instance. And again, instead of saying, yep, we did that, he's just, Maggie always loved to spoil my dad. Again, it's a generic answer that doesn't answer the question directly.
Always taking him something. My dad loves sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took.
The other thing is, if this really happened, this would have been, I think, the last time he saw his dad alive, right? And he's not emotional at all. I mean, this would have been a memory. I don't know. Fuck. I mean, this is like, again, this would have been, if this happened, the day before the murders and 4 days before his dad died.
Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was
That's the first objection in cross. Object to the form, it's leading. That's what that means. And that's because he finally asked him directly, did you both spend the night there?
At Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
That's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
I'm sorry.
Was Monday the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you.
I think we've got plenty of background.
About Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
All that was a jaunt to get away from the kennels. Think about that. Guys, remember minutes and minutes and minutes ago, the question about the tires? Oh my God. Kennels and being tired. That's where I got tired from. So remember when it was like, when I was saying how this was so crazy about how he answers this question about the kennels, he's like, I don't want to go. And I was saying how there was the only explanation is that he rode with them initially. He didn't wait around, right? But that he's having to say that to try to act like anything about his initial story, it was truthful. That feels like forever ago. They took this whole other jaunt with wherever the fuck that was, and now they're coming back to the kennels.
And you had just had a shower.
Just had a shower.
And you said that.
Leading.
Did you go with Maggie to the kennels immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do?
Oh my God.
What did she leave?
Oh my God.
She did. She left and Paw Paw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennel?
At the time I didn't, but now.
He left and Paw Paw was gone. What? Also, why is he deviating from his, like, if anything, he needs to be as consistent as possible with his initial bullshit story, because in his initial bullshit story, he doesn't know how either of them left. He assumes Maggie's at the kennels, or he assumes they're both at the kennels, but he doesn't see either of them leave. But what is with this? What is with this?
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Paw Paw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennel?
Huh?
At the time I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Paw Paw.
And you rode with them too.
And did you stay in the house?
Yes.
No.
For how long?
Not long. laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there.
Okay, let's listen to this. Does this make any type of fucking sense to you guys?
Mine is clear to me that she rode with Paw Paw.
And did you stay in the house
Yes,
for how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Now that part is true, but they all went on the golf cart together and he didn't wait around. They went together. You know, he made up such a big story about big fuss about like why he didn't go with them, which is really funny because he didn't know where they went, right? But it's like, why didn't you go with the kennels? And it's like, well, because the dogs, they mess around and I just took a shower and this and that and da-da-da. And he gives even more detail, by the way, about this on Cross. But anyway, and then now it's like, well, now I changed my mind. I'm going to go. Ugh. He's just trying to distance himself from the truth. That's what it is. The truth is he went with them at the same time. He's just trying to distance himself from the truth.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was. And it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out.
You let the dogs out? Who?
The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black
now
lab.
he's there, so there's no question pending. There could be an objection. The objection could be objection, no question pending.
Clear to me that
this is one thing I have to do. I can't not do it. I have to. I'm not pointing them all out. But what I'm doing is I'm pointing out certain ones where it drives me crazy. I understand. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing. It's the right thing to let them talk, 100%. But the lawyer brain in me that I have, even though I'm not a lawyer, is like, oh my God, like this is a huge objection that could have happened. Again, I think it was the right thing to not object, but I can't not point it out. Cannot point it out. And if anything, hopefully it will be helpful because you guys will see examples of when these objections can be lodged.
it was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Paw Paw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels. And
now we're going to get to what the dogs would do. Not what they did that night, what the dogs would do. But there's a lot of interesting tidbits in here.
And the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that.
So I'm not a lawyer, but I have my paralegal certificate and I love studying the law. And I have toyed with the idea of going to law school ever since I got my master's degree in music. I've toyed with it on and off. I'm still not saying it's not going to happen. Can't rule it out. I've had so many people tell me that they, a lot of times people think I am a lawyer. I mean, I always say I'm not a lawyer, but anyway, it's just, I know that I have that type of brain and anyway, but also, yeah, I study the law for fun. And, so I can't rule it out. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. And the only reason that it hasn't happened is because it's just like, it would be just a huge, like, when you have like already have a like, okay, again, like I finished my master's in music, I'm like, I'm going to go to law school now. What? That just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And then anytime I would think about it, I'm like, that just doesn't make sense. Right. And law school is like really fucking expensive. And like, to be like, when I went to school for music, right? Like, you get a full scholarship for undergrad and then they pay you to go for your master's. So like, I didn't have to pay for school. And like with law school, there's like no such thing apparently as any type of scholarships or anything like that. Like, and it's expensive as fuck. And like, I can't even wrap my head around having to pay like $150,000 to go to school when all my education was paid for and I got paid for some of it. So anyway, I don't know, but it's just, I mean, I would absolutely love to be a lawyer. I would absolutely love to be a lawyer. You know, I'll never not be teaching. I'll never not be playing music. You know what I mean? That's always going to be, I mean, that's in my DNA. But funny story too, for anyone who hasn't heard it, just briefly, my dad, who passed away in 2014 and had his PhD in music, phenomenal sax player, played with all the big jazz cats. And anyway, he actually went to law school, in his 40s. Actually, he went to law school, at UNC Chapel Hill, and he did really, really well. He commuted every day. It was a long drive. And something happened and he ended up not finishing. And we never really learned why. Like, my mom and I have talked about this in great length. You know, and I really wish I knew the answer to that. And I never got the chance to like ask him, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised if like there must have been something that bothered him about it on an ethical level. And I can understand what I can imagine maybe some things as to what those things could be, right? And that also, like, sometimes there's things that you have to kind of get past if you're going to practice law, but it just sort of depends. Like, my brother said that my dad was mostly interested in doing like plaintiff's work, like people who are injured, like wrongful death, personal injury, stuff like that. Like, that's what he was interested in. So anyway, I don't know, but you know, just interesting, right? There certainly is an overlap in terms of, in my opinion, the way your brain works for music, especially like when you're like, you study music, and then with law. So, oh, Twiz is back. Never heard of Whataburger. We don't have that here. Like, for example, though, like if I could go to law school for free, I would go tomorrow. Like, I would go tomorrow. I'll go tomorrow. No question. I would go tomorrow. Is that a real thing, Whataburger? Why do I feel like that's from a movie? That's really funny. Thank you, Tonka. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, you know, and I'm really passionate about the law. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, even before, like when I was a little kid, right? You know, and everybody's like, I'm a violinist. Like, I'm a violinist. I'm a violin, you know, for fuck's sake. You know, but like, even as a little kid, adults would always talk about how I have like a lawyer brain. Not as a little kid, as in not knowing nothing about the law, not even knowing what a lawyer is, right? Because they would say that, like, they would always say, like, don't argue with me. When I say argue, I don't mean fight. I mean as a little kid, right? If somebody was like making an argument or whatever, was holding a position on something, I'm talking about adults, right? Where it was illogical, I would correct them and like call them out, and I would out logic them. And they would always be like, you know, she has a lawyer brain. Then they would all say that I could argue with anybody and win no matter what the thing was. But again, I'm not saying argue like fighting. I'm talking about like arguing like what you do in the law. And anyway, so it's just very much also part of my brain makeup. Oh, interesting. Really? They started a restaurant chain? That's crazy. Do you guys, have you ever, I don't know if how far reaching Five Guys is, but do any of you guys have Five Guys restaurants? Because they have the coolest, well, first of all, they have great French fries. But second of all, they have, and I mean, it's not like I've had these in years and years, but they have this cool drink machine where you could like make, like talk about, they do like the suicide, that's what they call them, the suicides, where you like mix the different flavors, but it's like that, but like times a bazillion. You guys know what I'm talking about? Because the way I could stand there, and I don't even drink soda, okay? I just would look at all, like, and of course I was never ordering food. I was always with people, but the way I could just look at it and just imagine all the combinations, and my head would just be spinning. And I'm like, how do people even choose? Okay, some of you guys are familiar. Yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about with the drink machine? I mean, I don't doubt that. See, in Boone, there's not a whole lot of options, but Boone got a Five Guys, and everybody started like going there. And anyway, I always just, I'd always just stare at that drink machine and be like, wow, look at all the options. But anyway, okay, so let's get back to this bullshit here.
With some planted pine.
Quiz.
First thing the dogs would do is go out in that kennel, and Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go.
In case you're asking yourselves, what does this have to do with the murders? Nothing.
Oh, and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. Dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl.
Oh, this is great. You guys. They're alarm birds.
A guinea fowl is like, it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that, we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything.
Now, this is great, right? Because this is another one of those things. A lot of people, there's people that still think that there was somebody else there, that he had help or he hired somebody or whatever. Alex, over and over again, eliminates that possibility. Sometimes he does it directly when asked, which why wouldn't he throw, like, say, Cousin Eddie under the bus? He doesn't do that. But not only that, even just in this, he's just talking about the guineas, right? They make a lot of racket if anything unusual is going on.
If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever. They're going to make a lot.
He's not even thinking about what he's saying. But if you pay attention to what he's saying, it's like, yeah, clearly there wasn't anything unusual going on up until you shot them.
A lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is
shout out to Cash, by the way, who's the other hero of solving this murder.
Normal, and they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out.
It's all bullshit because he was up there with them
a long time. Bubba catches a chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just, a short time before Bubba catches the chicken. I take the chicken, I put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't.
I take the chicken. He's finally saying something he did, right? He's finally saying something he did, and he can't even finish it. He has to just segue himself into non-responsive land.
Chicken, I put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You just
now, I believe this, the prancing part here.
By the way, Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you.
There's very few, that this I believe is true. Now, doesn't seem like that's what happened that night, but the Bubba being proud and the prancing, I totally believe.
When they caught one, you could just tell
And
by
that's
the way
'cause
Bubba
Bubba.
would prance to you when he brought chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead.
Now
And
this
that
part's great. This part's great.
chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever chicken does.
Go about its chicken business. Go about its chicken life. I love it so much. Go back. This whole story, though, is pretty insane, right? It would be stunned. It needs some time to recover. It needs some time by itself. It just needs some alone time, guys. It just needs, thank you for this, Twiz. It just needs some alone time, guys. And then it's going to recover. And then it's going to go back to its chicken business, its chicken life. Twiz, you can pull these up, right? Where is it? Here we go.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
This is a chicken.
It's a guinea.
By the way, you can hear the freaking guineas in the background, or I guess those are the chickens. We did pull up a video when we went through this before of what the sound that guineas make, the alarm bird sound, and it is quite alarming, but you can hear them.
This is a chicken.
I guess it's the chickens.
It's a guinea.
Pretty fucking funny.
And it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with when I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. Storage room's what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which, both dogs?
Okay.
One dog, do you remember?
This is important.
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that
He doesn't know what he's doing here, okay? But what he's doing is he's explaining exactly how, he's just talking. If he was thinking this through, he wouldn't be saying this, and here's why. Nobody else has solved the mystery about what the fuck happened after the murders. Like, what went down? What went down? What went down with the dogs? And one of the things that's a mystery, right, in the 911 call, because he goes to Alameda, right? All this time passes, he comes back. But when he calls 911, so this is like, what? Let's see, that's at 10:06. Murders are 8:40, 8:39, 8:39:01, I think. So anyway, it's like an hour and a half or so right after the murders. Anyway, he's calling 911 and he says, here, like you can hear it on the call. And it's got to be to Bubba. So one of the things that no one ever figured out is like, what's the deal with all this? Well, anyway, in our chicken business series, we broke all this down in great detail. But one of the things was there was a part about the collars. I actually have that saved somewhere in case we want to look at it. But the tracking collars. And if you look closely, in the picture of the dogs taken from the crime scene, you can see the fucking collar. So what happened was, I believe that Bubba was still out. Bubba was still out after all the shenanigans. And he knew that he needed to get the hell out of there as quickly as fucking possible to try to manufacture his alibi. So instead of, getting Bubba, wrangling Bubba, and honestly, it could be also the reason why the chicken was dead. So I think that the Bubba still had the chicken. Bubba had the collar on. Alex needed to get the fuck out of there, right? So he left Bubba out because of the fucking collar. And when he's on the 911 call, I think that's him getting the chicken from Bubba. So again, he got the chicken, but not when he says he's getting the chicken. And remember, that's why he's saying that. Remember, he said the chicken was usually not dead. It was usually just stunned. It just needed some time to itself, some alone time. The chicken was dead because Bubba had the chicken for an hour and a half or whatever. So that's what I think happened. And now it seems like Bubba was the only dog that was out. So either way, he wrangled Bubba at that time when he was calling 911. And the reason he was able to leave him out is because of the fucking collar. That's what I think happened there.
Because Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off. And he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run. And so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you could know, okay, he's, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance. So you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially.
This is key. He doesn't understand what he's explaining here. And nobody else seemed to catch this. He's explaining how he left Bubba out.
He's, a half a mile down here. It's not.
That's a great question from Twiz. When does he bring up the 12-year-olds? Alex repeatedly, not much is consistent with him, right? With his story, because it has to pivot. The one thing that is consistent is there was nobody else there. You'll hear him say it. There was nobody else there. There was nothing else around. I didn't see anybody else. There's no one else that could have been there. He says that in the interview. He says on the 911 call. He says that on the stand. He's like, there was nobody else there. He literally says that over and over again. He completely denies that there could have been anybody else there, but then at the same time suggests it's because of the boat crash. So if you're putting together what he's saying, what he's basically saying is like, if anybody showed up, including 5'2", 11-year-old assassins, it had to have been after he left for Alameda, right? That's basically what he's saying. He's like, nothing was amiss when I was there, right? The dogs weren't barking. The guinea hens weren't alarmed. Nothing was there. Nobody was there. He says it over and over again. So he never brings up the 12-year-olds. That was only from, I guess you didn't watch it, but it was from last episode. We saw the expert witness. Wait, I feel like we played some of that. Anyway, so we watched that expert, and then we did a little recap of that expert on the last one. That is the expert that brings up the 12 the assassins. Alex never comes from him. That comes from the expert witness.
Not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance. So you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this.
Well,
and
then
I
you
saw the
can't
chicken
testify
sitting
to
on
it.
top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. You know, have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and it ultimately that chicken did die.
Oh my God.
And what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
Creighton, and one thing you guys will see on Cross is how well Creighton listens, because Creighton literally quotes him verbatim, and the next day on Cross with him how he says he got out of there.
Before we do that, we've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis, and we slowed it down for him. Do you see the water hose in that video on the ground? You remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but You've seen it in the video here.
Yes, sir.
And then the two dogs were out,
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
and then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
The same route. I mean, the same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left on, you saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
Oh,
The question
weasel,
obviously
weasel.
wasn't clear enough. What, were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart. And it was the golf cart, if you remember, that Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You pull up, pull along the front entrance, and either you come in from the left and you'd go just past it and be on the right, or you'd come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm
Yeah.
not sure about Grady.
That's important. Why? That is honestly the most affirmative we've heard him, and I think it's the most affirmative we will hear him the entire fucking time he's on the stand. Listen,
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on.
because if he didn't, you couldn't have found him to put him away. That's why. Because Bubba was the dog that was still out with the chicken. And that's why he knows. That's why he distinctly remembers that. That's like literally the only thing so far he's like distinctly gives that detail that he knows happened at that time. Right?
And I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
Twiz, I'm talking about putting the dogs away. I'm not worried about who let them out. That's not even up for discussion. We're talking about putting them away.
If I misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar. I assume Grady did too. But I didn't, even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on the collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So
Makes sense to me that he did.
Twiz, are you behind? Are you behind when I was saying who let the dogs out? Who? Is that where you're at? Are you like 20 minutes behind?
get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth.
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong. But, you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave. Okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what'd you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, I mean, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did.
And,
I talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated.
Okay, I'm gonna back it up a second here. So, air conditioner. There's just so much. Now he's going on. Yeah, this part's interesting. Okay.
Comes right up to me.
Bubba was really
Okay, so here's how he's trying to make it seem like Bubba just would come right over when he says so. He gets the chicken, no problem. Why is he doing that? Only because, again,
he's not,
because he is trying to distance himself from what actually happened. What actually happened was he left Bubba out.
running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave, okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the
What-
house, to the air conditioner.
And what'd you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, I mean, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid
the
down on
TV
the
again.
couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did. I
And,
talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, I mean, she would get agitated. I mean, that's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I mean, I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated. You need to check on her. I gave her medicine. She's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent, but she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could.
It's nothing urgent. Then why do you need to go? Dude.
Barbara could handle her better than, my mama. We all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she fussed for anybody else.
And why did you have to go over there? None of this makes any sense. Again, he's just giving so many more details than is necessary. He's not we're well beyond the question. But all of these details, he's not thinking it through. He's just talking. I think probably because then the more he talks about stuff that he thinks isn't related, right? The less he's talking about the murders, right? So it's like giving his brain a break, if you will. But what he doesn't realize is a lot of this stuff really is related to why his story is bullshit. And this is an example, one of many examples of that, right? Because like literally what he's saying doesn't make sense with his story.
Including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And, but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down. And that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while. But then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures?
Oh, boy. Oh, this whole thing.
2 exits off of that deck.
Cool.
One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there.
All right.
which is where
Hilarious.
I
He's
always,
describing that as by the steps, which is not where the car was. Now he's just saying it's where he always parks. This is so stupid. Stupid bullshit.
if you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there,
All right,
which is where I always park, or where we always park anytime you were going in that entrance.
all right, I'm gonna stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up States Exhibit
Oh, okay,
524,
sure,
which
here
is
we
the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence. Can you slide with those dots,
Yes, sir.
Alec?
I can.
And the red dots here at the
Twist.
Seem to be-
Hopefully you heard me. So you were behind. Hopefully you heard me answer your question about when does Alex mention the 11-year-old assassins. Hopefully you heard my answer to that question.
join. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see the you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a
Yeah,
parking
why would you park there? That doesn't make any sense.
pad.
Swear to God.
So you go, if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport. All right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm gonna, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh,
So when we went through this before, I had like a thing. I think I implemented it into the live stream. I don't have it saved, but I compared these different pictures of the house with where he says he parked and like where Buster says they would park, and then with like the GPS dots and then like the overview, and I put them all side by side, and it's hilarious. Just how none of it makes any sense. Buster was clearly asked to lie about it, but even what Buster says doesn't match what Alex says, and none of it matches the GPS plot points they have for Alex over there by the fucking trees. So anyway.
would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass. Yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo? Are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the there's a hedge, and like you see I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
Right.
I think you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right. Well,
So it'd be to the
let's pull
right of
another-
that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up a Defendant's Exhibit 134? See if this is a. So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking about?
That's it.
The stairs are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go, my dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but their bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there. And then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all part in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew.
Oh, well, at least he's acknowledging that there might be an occasion where someone might park in the driveway. Jesus Christ.
Under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room.
Here's the thing.
Where
there's no pictures where there's ever any tire marks in that grass ever.
He had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
My mom was there and Shelley Smith was there.
And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And did she let you in?
Sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly. Yeah. What'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake and I held her hand. And
what kind of condition was she in?
She was, her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated.
I thought she had her medicine and she was calm.
I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom. We always tried to be real positive and, upbeat and just, and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital style bed or did you move around?
I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds. Right. And then, but I didn't stay there. She did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in, and I just laid back on the bed.
Now, when
talked to Shelly and we watched TV.
Now, when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No, in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom.
So now he has to make this whole thing because this was his whole initial story that he kept giving, where it was like that was the reason why Maggie came home, was to visit his mom. Like, that's what he kept saying, that they had these plans. But then what happened was, then when law enforcement in his interviews be like, well, then how come you didn't how come when you left for your mom's, you didn't make more of an effort to get in touch with her? Right. So this is why he's now walking that back, because he's got to try to explain why he never went by the kennels in his version of the story.
She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, by this point, my mom, she was a shell.
This is really gross to speak.
She was a shell of her old self. And
about Maggie.
Okay. It was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. She wasn't healthy. And Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left Moselle to head to Alameda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle,
Say that again, Jim?
What exit did you use of the
By
Moselle?
the way, in the gallery there, I'll just point a couple things out. So I'm going to move these down. So behind Jim, there's David Owen right behind him, the lead detective who interviewed Alex all those different times, right? Was there the day of the murders and all that. Right behind him in the suit there with the gold badgy thing, that's Justin Bamberg. He is the attorney for many people. I think he represents some of the people from the boat case, but he also represents Stephen Smith, or he did at some point. I know Eric Bland also represents the Sandy Smith. But anyway, Justin Bamberg is all up in, because it's all very incestuous, if you will, here. There's a lot of lawyers for such a small area.
Sell property when you're going to Alameda on the evening of June 7th.
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field, there was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go? Why didn't you go by the kennels on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going to Alameda, which that.
Like I said, he set this whole thing up, right? There was no reason to go by there. I didn't think Maggie was going to come with me, when initially his whole story was Maggie came back to Moselle because they were going to go visit his parents, which even that doesn't make sense because they were in two separate locations. His dad was at the hospital. His mom was at Alameda. Anyway.
the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No.
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times,
Yeah.
did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw Paw.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So, no, I mean, number two, I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or they're on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was. So, no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Almeda, you spent time with your mother and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Hey.
Did you drive straight?
So we're getting to, I know it's hard to tell because there's so much twisting and turning going on here, detours, as it were. We're getting now to the part where he's going to come home. He's going to go to the house. He's going to talk about how he checked to see if they're home or whatever, even though he already explains he thought they were at the kennels anyway. See what he does with that. And then he goes to kennels. He finds the bodies, right? And then he checks them. The phone pops out and all that. And I'm going over what we've already heard in testimony, right? Or from his interviews and whatnot with law enforcement, which has been played in the trials, you know, and then he's going to call 911 and all that. So we're getting, in other words, we're getting to the moment of truth where he's going to pretend he finds the bodies. That's what I'm saying.
Straight back to Moselle.
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped? Do you
I
recall?
was getting my phone that my phone had gotten, there was a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat where you couldn't get to it.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No.
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
No.
And your ride back
Justin
to
Bamberg's, hang on. Y'all watch Justin Bamberg's face there. Look at his face.
bloody clothes?
No.
Interesting. Okay.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Twiz, my little niece and nephew said, when is Twiz going to come on the show again? I said, I don't know. He's only come on once. I don't know. So sad. He has guest co-host status.
Came right back through the main gate.
And what'd you do then?
Went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but I mean, I thought they would have been back by then.
So then surprise would be the right word, Alex.
I mean, it didn't cause me to go into any, it wasn't like I was shocked. But I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I distinctly remember, you know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot natured.
Oh,
number one, I was.
Okay, we're just pivoting. We're just pivoting into a whole other branch of excuses. Interesting.
Remember, you know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills. So I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels and I assumed they were still up there.
Again, in case you're wondering what the fuck is going on, he's trying to explain why it took him so long. He spent a couple minutes at the house. Now, I've brought this up before because it's like the type of thing where it's like, if you get home and you're like, oh, they're still not there. Well, what would y'all do? You open their Maggie, Paul, or whatever the fuck, you know, you call their names, right? Like, that's what you do. And usually you can tell if somebody's home or not. I mean, like this whole thing of like this doesn't make any fucking sense. And the other thing is like, he's already explained how he had this assumption that they were at the kennels. So it's not like, okay, let's just say it this way. Let's say that you didn't expect them to be gone. Let's say that there was no kennels. Let's say that Maggie and Paul had no transportation. There was no kennels. Let's just say it was a blizzard. There's no way they would go outside. Okay. And let's say that you leave and you come home and you're like not seeing them. Well, that'd be a little bit of a different situation because it'd be like, well, fuck, or where are they? Right. And then you might spend more time looking for them and that would make more sense. However, in this situation where when you left, according to his story, when he left for Alameda, you already knew they were gone. You assumed they were at the kennels, right? Depending on which day it is, you might see they were definitely there or you didn't know, but either way, they weren't home. You assumed they were at the kennels, right? And then, so in other words, when he gets home, the house is in the same status as when he left, right? They weren't at the house when he left. He returns and they're not at the house. So the thought that he would like go really looking for me, that just doesn't make sense. It would be the type of thing where it's like, Maggie, Paul, oh, no one answered. They're probably still at the kennels because that would make the most logical sense, right?
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did.
You tried to call them on the cell phone.
I tried to call them to see.
And now, like, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
What'd you see?
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of. So bad. Can I have some water? Yeah, I went to
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
He bought himself a little time there.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911. I was trying to tend to Paw Paw. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Trying to tend to them. Remember, when they showed up, he had no blood on him. And it's weird because, not weird. I mean, there's an explanation for it, obviously. Like when, for example, Mark Ball and John Marvin showed up the next day, right? After the crime scene people had been there or whatever, they said you couldn't walk anywhere around there without getting blood on you. That's when the bodies were gone. Okay. So this motherfucker is like, even that's why even the thing about the phone, right? Like none of it, there's no way. He had no blood on his shoes. He had no blood anywhere on him. And that's part of the problem, right? He made himself too clean by hosing off and changing clothes. And then it's like, oh, I tried to check him. I tried to do this and that because he's like, that's what a normal person would do. But it's like, well, dude, he didn't plan that very well. He would have been better off if he actually had blood on him because then he could corroborate any of this. It doesn't, there's just no fucking way. He had no blood anywhere. Black Widow?
Were you going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the 911 operators?
Yes. Yes.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court, what did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
And Paul. Paul was so.
You want to answer your question?
So bad.
I answered a question. Non-responsive.
At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse.
No.
I know I tried to turn him over.
Nope.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I mean,
and so this doesn't make any sense anyway, then, right? So if you see his brain over there, like, okay, I understand. Here's the thing: I understand that people will do crazy things in a situation like this, but you have to think about this situation where none of this is true for him because he killed him, and we know he didn't check him. So this is just I'm just highlighting holes in his story, right? Because he's like, I could see his brain, but then I checked his pulse because I wanted to tend to him. But also, he didn't have any blood on him, so all of it is pointless. Is impossible anyway.
Tried to turn him over. Grabbed him by the belt loop. Tried to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out.
Makes no sense.
And she picked it up, and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
Magic.
I mean, I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over, and it just popped out. And I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right beside
Now,
him.
my theory is that the phone was in the feed room where Paul was standing when he got shot, that he dropped the phone, and the phone was in the feed room, and Alex took the phone and picked it up and put it on Paul's butt. And he probably did that before he changed clothes and hosed off and everything. Because again, if he'd walked anywhere near Paul, there would have been blood on those shoes. So but now this whole bullshit story about the phone popping out, right? Is he's trying to explain why the phone was on Paul's butt.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
He showered off it. In my opinion, is he showered at the kennels because why wouldn't you? The hose was still running. It would have been quicker. That's my opinion. If he'd gone home with those, the way he was after committing those murders, there would have been blood everywhere at that house. He would have been covered in blood. He would have been soaked. The clothes would have been soaked. There would have been footprints everywhere. There was nothing found. There was no forensic evidence found at the house at all. There was nothing. There was no blood, none of that. So, I mean, to me, the only answer is that he shot, and it just makes sense, right? Because there's already going to be blood there. That's already where the murders happened. There's already water running everywhere. The hose is already on. Shower off there. That's what I think. I think he was probably, grossly enough, probably went back to the house fucking naked, honestly.
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
turn him over.
Yep.
No.
What side of the on what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from.
Now, he could have taken a shower after hosing off at the kennels. That's entirely possible. But I still think there's no way he took any clothes in that house. He must have been naked. He could have taken another shower at the house. But the point being that the hosing off, definitely, I think. I mean, they're just, and he left the fucking hose running when he went to Almeda.
I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
Okay.
Yeah.
We love you, Black Winter. Woo! Shout out to Ireland.
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Paw Paw.
You know, if you put it.
Yeah, I think also part of this is probably trying to explain how, because, okay, so I think that when Alex would have picked the phone up in the feed room and put it on Paul, he might have been worried that maybe there would be some of his fingerprints on Paul's phone. Maybe, right? There's some reason why he's got all this whole story. And so he's explaining how he had to handle the phone. The phone popped out and then he picked it up and put it back on Paul, which, okay, if you even try to say, okay, let's just pretend that any of this makes sense. Let's pretend that the phone can pop out. Let's pretend he checked him. He pulled the belt loop, the phone popped out, fine. Why would you put it back on top of him? Like, the only reason you would even say that is you're trying to justify why they might find some evidence that you left, right? Otherwise, why wouldn't you just leave it next to him? There's no reason to put it back on top of his butt.
You know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
Couldn't tell you anything about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
I mean, official, they're in the middle of fucking nowhere. No one would have seen his ass. The only people who would have seen him are dead. Yeah, he's out. I mean, he's out there on what, like 1,100 acres of land. It's the middle of fucking nowhere. There's nothing but trees and perhaps a wildcat, although that's still up for debate.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down. Just around like, I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. So bad.
Oh, God. Ew.
Excuse me. I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know I did.
Why are you making it worse? You had no blood anywhere. Ugh. He's got a bird in his mouth is from the Snapchat video that solved this murder.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
And DSN wanted that to be his command, like how everyone, like including you, official has a custom command. DSN wanted that to be his command. He chose that when we were watching this trial gavel to go.
I'd like to play Doug, the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 9.
Welcome back, James.
Doug, this is the long version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
I'm still here, okay?
County Communication.
I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alan, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car.
What about Maggie then, Tonka?
And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so that's what I think I'm talking about.
Okay. Keep going, please.
Oh, no. Hell no. Do it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennels. I copy.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot it.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I can see his brain. Face down. I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, there's here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Now, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. It wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves.
That makes no
I'm
sense.
saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing. And I say, if that's what you're asking me.
That makes no sense. Sorry.
So like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. When you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything?
Who did then? Who did?
Down there at the kennels when you got there?
It was rolled up when they got there. What the fuck? So he's suggesting then, okay, hold on. Not only does it strain credulity that, according to the expert, it's 2 5'2", 11-year-old assassins, what have you. But never mind that. Let's just, whoever it is, it's strain credulity that it's anyone else. But not only that, goes beyond that. Whoever it is must have also put the dogs up and also rolled the hose up. He would have been better off saying he put the fucking hose up. He's saying he didn't roll the hose up. You've got to be kidding. No one else could have done it.
Other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul.
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun.
Your phone has a flashlight.
Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything.
There you go.
I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Again, not actual deny. I didn't do anything. He's not denying the actual thing in question.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
Right.
Keep going, please.
You can't see it from the road.
Okay,
They didn't take care of the dogs before they died. I think I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, Tonka. So Roger Dale Davis Jr. left at 5 p.m. and everything was all put away. There was no guns. The hose was wrapped up and all that correctly. And then, he called 911 at 10:06 p.m. and they got there. I forget exactly when the first officer arrived. It was in the 10 o'clock hour. So Roger Dale Davis Jr. wasn't back until the next day because they called him. Law enforcement called him.
It's a house. Okay, and what is your name?
Did you guys hear that?
Is it a house or a mobile home? It's a house. Okay.
So whenever you guys hear me do this, you'll remember where it's from.
It's a house.
Literally from the 911 call.
And what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything or did you come home and find out?
Well, the thing about the hose not being properly rolled up is because Alex didn't know how to do it properly, right? So Alex put the hose up. My personal opinion is that he put the hose up after he got back from Omita. When he was on the phone with 911, he was getting Bubba, getting the chicken, putting Bubba away. When he says here, he's taking the chicken. And then he also put the hose up at that time. And only Roger Dale Davis Jr. knew how to put the hose up correctly. So the reason the whole hose is all wonky is because Alex put it up, right? He would have been better off just to have left it out. But he's denying that he rolled the hose up when he's the only one that could have done it, unless it's suggesting that the alternate killers did, right?
Been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
I mean, you can hear the dogs barking.
There. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say I should have known.
Boat crash.
What are you referring to?
I said, Paw Paw, I should have known.
You did not say Paw Paw. Don't even try.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paw Paw got so many threats.
Boat case. Disgusting.
Didn't take serious.
And given every single
Think twice
fucking
about-
opportunity to blame anybody else, he couldn't name a single fucking person.
So I'm just telling him, Paw Paw, I should have known.
Disgusting.
I won't specifically remember.
That's not why he said it. He said it because he was trying to launch into his story. He said that hoping that the dispatch would be like, should have known what? But they don't, they ignore him. So they go on to ask another question and then he launches into the boat story like 10 seconds later. But it's hilarious. He was trying to bait them into asking, like, should have known what? So he could go into his story.
I'm saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
Okay. What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media.
Nothing
You know,
specific. Well, he actually did. Okay. Also, when he was in his interviews, he said it wasn't on social media. Well, so he kind of hints at it as if it's on social media. And then when they ask specifically, he denies it. And here's why. Because if it's on social media, they can find it, right? They can find it. But then he's like, no, it was in person, right? Because he's trying to make sure that they can't trace it. But here he's back to saying social media.
I mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half to 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that.
Um,
And I said approximately to her
Right.
question.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
It wasn't long after that because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
and then you called 911. The records of that, but you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was, that would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10, 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
What they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
And please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there too. Me
I
asking
don't
you
want
these
that.
questions, don't slow them down, okay?
Yeah, like, yeah, Tonka. So yeah, it should be in scroll docs. It should say full. It should say Murdaugh murders timeline or something like that. But yeah, it's the same one that Agent Peter Rudofsky presented. It's beautiful. You'll love it. You'll absolutely love it. It's. I wish every trial had that. Like, it's what every trial should have. It's so complete and thorough and intuitive and color coded, and it's just a beautiful thing. It's a masterpiece.
And you sure they're not breathing?
I highly recommend everybody check it out.
Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Work of art.
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun.
I love this part. He's gonna go get a gun, and she's like, "Don't get a gun," and he does anyway.
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember. I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. Would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells. So,
Have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen heard in the testimony that I put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put
gauge.
a 16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a 12 gauge gun and not, I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. I mean,
Just in case you saw any GSR on you.
no, saw it. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
My house, just to get a gun, just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun, just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a smokestack. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times, and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too easy. Over the phone. One second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. And my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
What is this? We heard from Buster. Buster couldn't name anybody. Nobody knew. Nobody could name anybody.
All right, I'm going back down there.
All right. Roll to the next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a whole bloody smoke.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? Do you have your flashes on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch
Well, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
it is.
And,
Yeah.
can you say
And
exactly
that's Buster's position.
during that?
Buster. I mean,
So
Buster
7
lost his whole family overnight, right? Because his mom and his brother, but his dad too, essentially, right? I mean, he didn't know it at the time, but now he's lost his dad as well.
minutes when you actually touched them.
And the grandpa died on June 10th.
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Paw Paw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Okay, guys, hold on.
Just in case they can get any kind of evidence.
That's John Marvin there. For those of you guys who don't know who John Marvin is, that's one of Alex's brothers. He did not follow in the family footsteps. He's not an attorney. He's the youngest of the siblings for Alex's brother because he's got a brother and a sister. Well, he's got 2 brothers and a sister. This is John Marvin. John Marvin's the youngest. Him and Paul were really super close. Again, we will watch his testimony. He's very different. And that's him there. You guys you'll see him here looking really emotional.
Okay.
What a difference. And you'll notice it on the stand as well. I mean, it gives me goosebumps just thinking about the difference in his emotion versus Alex. It's completely different. Incredible, really.
Okay. And did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened. Did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
No, didn't.
Al, you informed the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that. I don't believe there was any formal police reports or.
Yeah, you do get a really good sense for Paul with John Marvin, and he's really John Marvin's really kind of the black sheep of the family for Alex's generation, right? Again, not he just sells farm equipment. He's really different. That
type of thing, but I mean, it had been reported, and I mean, it was well known.
Okay. So, were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I've never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that. No.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean,
facts, not evidence.
I know that there was a.
By the way, hold on, let me back up a second. Speaking of the masterpiece timeline I was just referencing, so again, you got Justin Bamberg there in that suit. Directly behind Jim Griffin. If you go to all the way to the left there in the blue suit. So there he is himself, Peter Rudofsky, the creator of that masterpiece, master timeline. There he is. He did such an awesome job. That timeline is a fucking masterpiece. There he is. He's there every day in court. As is David Owen, as are a lot of people. It seems like the whole town just quit their jobs or whatever. They were all granted leave for I think it was an 8-week trial. So 2 months. It's just so funny. It's really unusual. It's not normally the case where everybody just shows up every day, regardless of what their job is. But here, that is what happened. Now, the other law firm partners, they didn't want to attend, and I don't blame them. they came for their testimony. And I think maybe they watched bits and pieces at home, but they did not come every day. But it seems like the rest of the fucking town did.
Some type of report on campus.
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much, and I never thought.
So dumb. This is so dumb. This is him supposed to be saying there's proof that this was reported, the threats, right? But look what he can produce.
When he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much, and I never thought I'd forget it, but.
Part of student counseling service?
Yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, he reached out to Paw Paw and wanted to talk to him. And I mean, at first we were concerned, you know, why they want to talk to him? And I mean, even I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned. Well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But, you know, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, you know, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already
You're probably
been
aware that he was being sued and had criminal charges pending. And they were going, and that's enough reason.
reported to them.
Right? I know. And that's if it even happened, right? Because his whole thing about, oh, I never forget the dude's name, but like I forgot the dude's name. Come on. Now there's Buster, and I just my heart goes out to Buster. Buster and John Marvin also have a like I kind of see some similarities there. Now Buster, as we've talked about before when we watch his testimony, he's not begun to process this yet, and I don't fucking blame him. He's a young guy at this point, right? And this was so fucking much. And I just hope he's getting the help he needs because this is just so much. And I can't, like, there's just so much. Like I said, it's like his testimony is just brutal. It's like literally his entire life was decimated. There's Spencer. By the way, I gave you a huge shout out, my friend, at the beginning of the live stream. And, you know, and it's like, but again, I was, like I said in the chat, I think it speaks volumes that his girlfriend, Brooklyn, they'd been together long before the murders and they're still together. And even with all the rumors and whatnot regarding Stephen Smith and all the other stuff, like there's so much. His safety, you know, could have been a problem. Like, you know, after Alex was convicted, he was constantly harassed by the paparazzi and shit. They were trying to get pictures of him in Brooklyn in their apartment and stuff. And like, you know, it's just, then the thing is like with John Marvin, what I see when I see John Marvin is I see someone who, because of his experience, when I say experience, I mean being in life, being older, having lived more years, he's totally feeling all of the feelings there in court and when he's on the stand. And he can totally he just is so just raw with his emotion, which I really appreciate. And it's like, he understands the and like, but Buster hasn't gotten to that point yet. I mean, and I worry, I just worry for Buster when it hits, if it hasn't already, or even if it has, I worry for Buster. That's all. I mean, you can just like the way that this is concerning, right? Every time it shows him, I feel much concern for him. If that makes sense.
And what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I'm gonna call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me?
I've
Spencer, if you want to, you can go back. You can just pop. If you go right to the very beginning of the live stream, you'll hear your shout out, and then if you want to, you could pop up. I'm just saying because I was thanking you so much for your beautiful comment that you left for the Squirrel Crew.
All right.
You don't have to.
Whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John, and I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family. But I called Randy and John.
Fucking.
And I called Randy and John.
The way I lose my mind when he adds Roro in, just to try to make it seem like Paw Paw makes any type of fucking sense. Swear to God.
You just mentioned Roto?
Rogan.
Right there. Jim Griffin doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I think he says Roto. If that doesn't say it all right there.
John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Roto?
Rogan. We call him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles. Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called. Did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try him multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan. I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I didn't FaceTime. I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons.
I don't know. Maybe it was the Wildcat. Maybe the Wildcat had your phone, Alex, and tried to FaceTime Rogan. What do you think?
Hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudofsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09, you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat for Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
The thing is, though, the Celebrate report showed it. So maybe you weren't reading it, but maybe you accidentally clicked on it and opened it, but literally it's in the Celebrate report. That shit, the deleted messages, as we know, is up for debate with every trial. But we're not talking about deleted messages. We're talking about it shows this activity happened, right? And it wasn't deleted. It was just, so it's not even up for debate. No one's going to say that that's not accurate. Anyway, what am I even bothering?
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at. A lot of times we got takeout from a lot of times. So I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and I obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, what do you call it? Contacts that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends, so I certainly wasn't calling him.
So were you, what does that indicate to you that those actions on your phone, how do you account for that?
Obviously they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
I want to ask you,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to go to the jury room for a break for about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. You'll stay put, Mr. Murdaugh.
Taking a break. Yeah, I see what you're saying, official. That makes sense. Like in the Adelson case, why the wiretaps are a big deal. So I have some familiarity with what you're mentioning there with that case as to what they can get. But having said that, I don't think that was a thing here. I mean, his phone wasn't bugged, and I don't think he thought it was bugged. But it is always good to chime in with that knowledge. So what official is saying is that, like, if you know, in terms of wiretaps, which are really hard to get permission for, in terms of wiretaps, they can listen on your phone calls, right? But with iPhones, I didn't actually know that they couldn't see the iMessages. It makes sense that they couldn't get the FaceTime audio calls or video calls. That makes sense. And I know, like with iPhone, I know that and with Apple, right, they make it more difficult to get stuff. So my knowledge of it was like, I try to think back to the Egglesons, was like they can see that a text message was sent, but they can't see the contents, but they can listen to the phone calls. Yeah, that makes sense. And I was just thinking too about like WhatsApp, because the only time I've ever seen it attempted to decrypt, I guess, the WhatsApp was I've only seen it once, and it was in the Zachary Hughes case, because usually they don't bother. But that was really fascinating to see how that ends up looking when you get it, when they receive it on their end, and see that it is possible. It's just like, it's like the words are mixed up. It was pretty crazy to see that. So anyway.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Alec, you've talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Pardon? Wait, hang on. Wait, what are you saying now, fool? What?
On you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Oh my God.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except for so much blood.
Wow, but they found no blood on you. So how do you explain that?
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not
fresh. Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's, did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Varnado testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else.
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
Yes.
This is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Paw Paw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them.
Right.
Seen all these records.
Well, just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? Remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't.
You don't remember? Okay.
I don't remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a t-shirt.
Sure.
We're cargo
and
shorts.
Other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where'd you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster and Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
And we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, did you, do you know whether you took a shower there or took a shower at Alameda or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there.
They were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up, and we got up from Alameda, and we left, and we went to Moselle.
And you, and do you know, do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that, I mean, I knew they were doing it, yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember, I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that, but I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So, I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm on the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths. And that was extremely important to
Because
me.
he took it in
And I
the
asked him
golf
about it
cart.
every single time we talked. Every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes,
Did she know your password?
yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently.
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Paw Paw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T.
Shouldn't you see
Marion,
Brooke?
the three girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like she follow you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alec, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On June the
SLED.
7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can, it goes to his, you know, his follow, it goes to his state of mind. That's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did, why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Paw Paw and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that it was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. You know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th,
Yes,
like
sir.
the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well.
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster. At the hip. But, I mean,
And What
No,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And
And
what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay? And with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th, we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th, we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably a few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and May stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
So the memorial services?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when we put Paw Paw and Mags. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday, because I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral.
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday.
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that morning?
Where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
So, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and.
That's right.
Okay. And Liz?
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad, Maggie's mom, his grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days in Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
Spencer, did you take the
My
test?
niece. That was
I did take it. I took it actually live on a live stream. I think it was a members only. I did take it with everyone watching. It was pretty fucking funny. The questions are very telling, I think. Carla, definitely check out my brother's channel. Actually, that reminds me, I needed to mention this. So my brother, who's a professional storm chaser, I'll put a link in the chat to his YouTube channel. He's been out there storm chasing. And I just learned actually, so, you know, Emily D. Baker loves Ryan Hall, y'all. It's like one of the only channels she ever talks about. That's, you know, like another YouTube channel. And apparently what happened was Ryan Hall uses my brother's, like, when he had just even recently tracking the storm chasers, right? Like boots on the ground storm chasers. He has my brother up there and even used some of my brother's live stream and said his name. And what's really funny is someone in the family was actually watching and saw that one of the times when Ryan Hall was actually talking about my brother and showing his footage, EDB sent a super chat and he read it. And like, I'm like, that's just so insane. Like all of the worlds colliding. So if people are watching Ryan Hall, they're seeing my brother's name and seeing his footage and whatnot. But he's also, you know, you'll see it elsewhere too. Like all the channels use it. And, you know, oftentimes he's talking on there and whatever. So just keep an eye out for Dan Whitaker, but you can also go to his channel and he has live streams and videos and stuff. So, so yeah, welcome P Fox and Carla. Does it take a bit? No, it takes like 5 minutes. It's just like 10 questions or something.
she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby's born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
Great. Doesn't matter at all.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed at this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, and when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee. But they live in Greenville.
Awesome. Love it, Carla. And by the way, so there, you know, if you're ever there on a live stream, feel free to say hi in the chat and let them know that you're one of the squirrel crew, because there's others that will pop in there from time to time, and he'll be very happy to see you guys, anyone that does show up, or even if it's a comment or anything like that. That's funny.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go
He doesn't know anything,
to
but he knows that
Alameda
for a
at
fact.
6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those. I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Did you ever take during that week? Let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral. Did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
Another time, did you? Oh, God.
There's been I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Did you did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over to the house of Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it. And it certainly wasn't anytime around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked briefly about your recollection of times, and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. You could pull that clip up, and I want you to listen to this.
Okay. Tell me again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock, maybe at the latest, something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug State's Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that we have a, you know how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card, and you have a key card in your wallet. And so when you use it it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them, your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
And we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
At some point in time, you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th. Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. It went deeper than that, but there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly. It was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said.
Mr. Griffin.
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, Did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And and
I
during that
don't think
meeting, did
that's
they
true.
show
He wa-
you
I mean, he kept talking.
the Snapchat video of
Yeah, June 7th.
you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in.
And do you remember what kind of pants?
It was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button down, short sleeve button down. I call it a dress shirt, but a short sleeve button down dress shirt.
Like shirt you got there, but just short.
Just like this, but short sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting with SLED with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they had made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? It's specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
By the way, I just found the address of Jeff and Shalia's home. It was not easy, but I found it. I've got it. I found the house. Got it. All the pictures, all the info. Interesting. So we will definitely take a look at that tomorrow on the members only. Wow.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin.
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
What is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test.
It's a matter of public record.
Filed in this case, yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Now, Alec, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
Right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
Never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Could've.
Great
Didn't
answer.
want to.
Not.
Okay. Where were you staying? Well, we talked about the days and weeks, a week afterwards, but where were you staying when you got back from the
Yeah.
lake?
So by the way, just so his interrogation. So he had his first interrogation was on the night of the murders, June 7th, and then he had another interrogation on the 10th, and then his last interrogation, well, in with cameras, was the one in August, and then he also had the phone interview in September after the whole thing with the side of the road.
Kiwi and Greenville.
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be the, all right, so the first week, up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they've been so kind to him and they let him be off just for a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie's sometimes when Buster wasn't there.
Great.
But I was, Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
So you're closer. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, this. So were your clothes spread out? Lots of
Sounds
different
like
places.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return at
Lunch. Okay.
in an hour and 15 minutes. proceed.
Kane's back. Hello. Kane, if you're just returning, I just wanted to let you know I found their address for Jeff and Shalee. I found their address. I found their house and everything. We will take a look at it tomorrow on Members Only live stream. Woo!
Mr. Murdaugh, I want to go to June the 7th, 2021, in your meeting with Gene Seckinger.
Okay.
Do you remember meeting with Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Jeannie came up to me and asked me, previously Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case.
Here we go.
And Jeannie was coming to me and saying that she was following up on that. If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job, and asked me some questions,
Well, let me ask you
which I understood.
briefly, the Ferris fee, what originally happened to it? The PMPED portion of the Ferris fee.
I mean, originally,
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
yes,
Should have come to you directly.
no.
Did, when Ms. Seckinger asked you about where the fee was, what'd you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing to worry about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
Oh my God.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seckinger's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
There was some level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier, at some point Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson an email, something to the effect of, Alec thinks he has more expenses or something like that, seeking financial documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, what is this all about?
That's hearsay.
Pardon?
I said objection, rules 801 and 802, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what Chris Wilson said, and I'll move on. I accept the objection.
I'll accept the objection.
Were you concerned about Chris
Right
Wilson opening his trust account records to your law firm?
No, I was not concerned about that at all.
And why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world.
We talked over one of
I
everybody
knew
else.
everything about him. And I knew he was going through one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston. The partner was going through a divorce.
I'm not sure
And
what you're asking, King.
the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It totally had to do with that. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm, at least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to deal with this, at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's Ms. Seckinger testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. there was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it's John was with him at the hospital, but I know Randy was with him at some treatments. It's in those documents. But bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario. And that's what it ended up being ultimately. And that's what he died from. But this particular text was saying, okay, we're putting him back in the hospital. The doctor thinks it's pneumonia. And which was, you know, pneumonia is never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing to learn that.
So on the 7th, where the information you had, were you believe at that time that the prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than the alternative and what we had previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you know whether or not you told Ms. Seconder that that your dad's condition was terminal on the 7th? Do you remember whether you said that or not?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time. And what Jeannie, as soon as the thing comes through that my dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard, she stopped the meeting. We stopped it. It lasted a couple minutes. Now, my dad's going in the hospital, and the very next day, we learned that he's terminal. And I'm just sure that a year or the amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal. He was terminal.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah, it is.
Section's overruled.
Oh, where?
Mr. Murdaugh, on June the 7th, did you believe that your financial house of cards was about to crumble?
On June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Had you had, and I think there's documented evidence, state introduced, had you had reached out to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on June 7th, did you have equity in the Moselle property or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And Moselle was fully in Maggie's name.
Okay.
But yes, there was equity in
Spencer,
Moselle.
accurate. Yeah.
And looking at the documents that had been used, there was $1,800,000 owed. There was an appraisal for $3.3 million without timber value. And so on 1,700 acres, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just said $1,000 an acre, that'd be another $1,000,000-something in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example. But if it was 500, it'd be another $800,000. So, there was several $1 million in equity in that Moselle property.
Point official.
All right. And did you have equity in the Edisto Beach House?
Yes.
And around June 7th, how much equity did you have in the Edisto Beach House?
If I remember the records correctly, there was about $250,000 owed on that house, and whatever the value was at the time. I think there's a contract for just under $1 million, so $700 and something thousand.
Did Maggie's death make it more difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder, around June 7th, 8th.
Maggie's, yes,
How so?
because the entire Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name. The Edisto property was 50% in Maggie's name. So I was only a half owner. So with Maggie, all I had to do is get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question finances. So
Interesting that he
she
says that, right?
signed the papers. When Maggie wasn't here, there was estate issues. I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
Was there a hearing scheduled in the boating lawsuit where you were a defendant set for that week?
Yes.
Do you remember what day it was scheduled for?
Well, I mean, I've heard the testimony and I'm sure I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
What was your level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing?
Yes, sir.
That's what he said.
My level of concern about that hearing was about the venue motion that was coming up, which
Now, what do you mean by venue?
the venue motion is, venue is where a civil lawsuit is pending. And so there's laws and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, had filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County. And I wanted the case to stay in Hampton County. And really, that was my only thought about, I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't. I mean, Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller and Amy Bauer were representing me personally. And Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those are the guys that were doing the legal work. So, you know, I wasn't actually doing that work, but what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I'd already done what I had to do for the financial motion. And Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because.
Let's stop.
Oh my God, what a mess.
There was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you. Was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your house, financial house, was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No. I've been a plaintiff's lawyer like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the best lawyers that I've ever known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state. In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are trying to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, you know, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a phase at trial. So early on in the case, I am not aware of, I personally have never, despite trying repeatedly, have never been able to get a judge to order the kind of information that Mark Tinsley was saying he was seeking.
Were you working on a
Ian, if you're still listening, do you want to come on since Twiz is being lame?
document for that upcoming hearing?
Yes,
And what was that?
a financial statement. A financial statement lists your assets and your liabilities.
And had you reached out to Jeannie Seconder later the day on the 7th to get your current balance of your retirement account?
You know, I don't remember doing that, but that'd certainly be something that I did. And because I know I'd have to have that for that financial statement. And the document that I prepared.
He was in custody ever since he was arrested in July of 2022. I think there were a lot of reasons. In some jurisdictions, it's an unbondable offense for murder. I don't recall if that's the case in South Carolina or not. I know it is for Florida. But beyond that, because of his connections and wealth, or potential wealth, depending on how much of the money he has hidden, whatever, right? But even his family and his connections, definitely a flight risk as well. But in a lot of places, again, if you've been indicted for a double homicide, right? Like, it's not even an option. And I think that was the case here.
Was what Mark Ball talked about that he found later in my office. And it was typed, it was handwritten, ready to be typed up by, you know, because of the charges against Paul, I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office. It was doing it. And I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make, because a secretary other than mine, or paralegal other than mine, was going to be the person who was going to put that financial information into the final document. And that's the document that Mark Ball talked about that he found on my desk whenever it was that he found it. Okay. So that was what was going to be, if necessary, what was going to be used Thursday.
Well, the jury's heard about testimony of you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal or divert that Ferris fee away from the law firm?
I did.
How did you get in such a financial predicament that led you to steal money that wasn't yours?
No, I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got.
Are you supposed to say drugs?
It came from, I battled that addiction for so many years.
I mean, at least if you're going to,
I was spending so much money
the same if you're gonna
on pills.
blame it on
in the spot I couldn't.
Now, what type of addiction are you referring to?
My addiction is to opiate painkillers.
And when
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
And when did you first become dependent or addicted to opioids?
Oxycodone or opiates in general?
Opiates in general.
I'm not quite sure of the exact date, but I can give you a time frame. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college.
Okay,
I had
so
a knee
we
surgery.
looked into this, and there is no record anywhere of this. Now, there is a picture of him on the football team. It looks like he was a bench warmer or whatever you call it. But there is no record of any surgery or whatever. Again, this could be objectionable, facts not in evidence, but why bother? You know what I mean?
Surgery. And
that's funny official.
The medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that, I started having a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002. 2 or 4. And I think it was around 4. So I would have started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that. And I took
I would have, right? Not I did, I would have.
hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I continued taking that for.
He never exhibited any of the, symptoms or any, all of the descriptions of him from his coworkers and not only did no one know about this, right? But when they described the way he would come into work and stuff, right? They described him as a tornado. Like his nickname was the Tasmanian Devil. It's like the opposite of somebody on, painkillers, right? And I think what he ends up saying here, and it might be on Cross, is that the pills gave him energy. And it's like, y'all, that to me is bullshit. Maybe it's just me. That's what he says. But the thing is he says he has this addiction, right? For like decades. And any of you guys that are in recovery or have known people who are in recovery, how feasible is it to hide that? Unless you're like a hermit with an infinite amount of money, but where you don't have anybody who's ever around you. This dude had people around him all the fucking time. Friends, family, coworkers, everybody had eyes. Like, it's just, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. None of this makes any sense. And add to that the way it comes up out of the blue after the whole thing on September 4th, the timing of it, right? The pivoting. And it's just right after he gets fired from the law firm and they find fake forge and he knows he's fucked, and Chris Wilson shows up, and then he needs an excuse for why he fucked everybody over and stole all the money. And that's the first time anybody hears about it, but never in his personality, never in his behavior, nothing. The only thing that was almost mustard, sadly, but understandably so, very pitifully, was from Buster, where he tries to talk about how there was maybe some times where he self-detoxed at home, but Buster wasn't even there for that. And bless Buster's heart, I understand he had to say something, but it wasn't convincing at all. And it certainly wasn't enough. And my opinion is this is exactly why Alex checked himself into rehab, was to try to find something to substantiate that this was real. But you know what they do when you go into rehab? They check to make sure that you don't have drugs on you and that you don't have drugs in your system. I know because I called, and eventually we'll watch that. When I called Sunrise Detox, motherfucker's got to be the only person who's ever done this in the history of time, to go to rehab just to try to make it look like you have. And by the way, this place is like a spa resort where you get meditation and yoga and a private chef, and so it wasn't like he was doing any actual like work like people do when they go into recovery typically. So, there are functional addicts, right? But the other thing is the math on it, right? I can't remember who it was, but somebody did the math when this trial was happening. And with the going rate for pills during this period of time, and doing the math with how much money he says he spent and how many pills he said he took, and literally you would be dead. Eventually, I think it comes out on Cross, but maybe on Direct, he says how many pills a day. It's just something that is like even if that were humanly possible to do it and not die, it still wouldn't account for the money. Like, that was what the math was like. The math was like, it still wouldn't have been enough for the money, and it would have been too much still that you wouldn't have survived it. So
long time, I'd force myself off of it, wean myself off of it. I'd go back to it. I battled that for a long time. And after a while, I was taking so much of that, I moved on to oxycodone. And, I'm guessing that was around 2000. That transition was around 2008, 9, something like that. And of course, it just escalates. And
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went to detox or that I detoxed?
What type of question?
Well, let's start with.
Why is he asking questions, dude?
Going to a detox facility.
I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
What do you mean, Spencer?
It's the first time.
Oh my God, the sound. I might need to switch to the long crime feed. Are you guys hearing the sound being icky?
December of 2017.
Okay. And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could.
Again, not actually answering the question. Everywhere I could, instead of saying yes, at home. No, it just, dude. That's funny, official.
When you,
Maggie would help me. Go ahead.
yeah, when you went in to a, was it inpatient facility?
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that I went to.
In December 2017.
Yes, it was it was inpatient. And
That's
all three formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox,
Sunrise
in
Detox.
Atlanta, Georgia.
And is
Very good facility.
yours heard of
Clearly not, dude.
audio tape of a telephone conference with SLED agents? Was that where you were during that meeting with Mr. Harpootli and I?
That's correct.
The first time you went to the detox in Atlanta, how long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there a difference between detox and rehab?
Yes.
What's the difference?
I mean, right.
Detox is it's the act of getting the drugs.
Oh my God. I'm going to see. I don't know if you guys can hear this, but the sound just sounds terrible. Like it was bad earlier and then it got better. I'm going to see if I can pull up a different feed and if it's any different. But while I'm doing that, I will just say I've just discovered. So for anyone who missed it, I've discovered where Jeff and Shalia live. I found their house. And also there's the Canton Police Department. They had a for the audit or whatever. They had a public hearing on April 5th. So I found that. So I've got some fun stuff planned here. Let me see if I can find day 21. Let's see if this is better. Okay, yes, the sound is better. Perfect. I think I'm right at the exact right spot. So let's try this. I think this sounds better.
Specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
And when did you first become dependent or addicted to opioids?
We can go ahead a little bit.
Oxycodone, talking about the legs moving, that goes away.
All right, here we go. This is where we were. Cool.
How long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there a difference between detox and rehab?
Spencer.
Yes.
What's the difference?
Detox is it's the act of getting the drugs out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency, all right? And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So in other words, there's so many things. Opiate withdrawal it's.
Yeah, I will say, as far as Twin Flame goes, I found a channel that is really great. It's this married couple, and they're really cool. They're like people who I would want to be friends with, and they have a channel, and they are like basically what happened was they had been together since high school. They met when they were like 17, so they were a couple, And somehow, despite the fact that they were a couple, this dude got into the cult somehow, because what they're really selling is right fine. So I don't really know. I don't know their full background. Like I just saw a little bit. So I don't know if it's like he got pulled in because of the MLM or what. But one of the things he said was like, if you're a couple and you already have a solid relationship, that they will try to exploit you to be like, look what you can achieve or whatever. Like they find ways to exploit that as well, even if you don't come in single. I could also see them trying to break couples up. I'm sure that happens too. But in this case, they didn't actually try to break them up or whatever. So she was on the outside watching him in the cult, and then he was in the cult. And you know, obviously is out. And I really loved their input because they have a lot of really good information that we haven't been privy to, especially like very specific things about Jeff and stuff. And like, there's just a lot, like they have all the inner knowledge, right, if you will. And they're just talking like candidly on their channel. But the problem with that is they're reacting to the Netflix documentary and they keep showing little clips of it. And so I don't know how they're doing that, but like, that is copyright central written all over it. And if it wasn't for that, I totally would have, we totally would play some of that. But the Netflix stuff is woven throughout. So it's not like it's just a section that could be skipped easily. And I just don't want to get like copyright struck. But yeah, I mean, there's still so much. So but I do still have some other stuff with that. You know, I don't know if it's just because of covering so many cases, you just build up the fortitude. It helps that with Twin Flames that you can laugh at it a lot. Like there's some cults that there's not any humor. But honestly, it's like Jeff and Shlee are so ridiculous that there's plenty to laugh at, as you guys well know. And that helps. Definitely helps. Definitely helps. Oh, that's a crazy case too, right? I called it early on, you know, not that I've been covering that, but I, you know, can't cover everything, right? But like, whenever I've talked about it, like early on, I was like, dude, they're fucking. The two of them are fucking. And I think that's pretty much come out at this point. I can't remember. I haven't followed up on it recently, but I think there was something that came out maybe from the daughter or something like that. That's accurate. And I was like, yeah, you called that one. Where do you find what, Spencer? Yeah, it's funny because now that you mention it, official, there is a similarity there where Jody Hildebrand was splitting couples up. Not pairing them together, but just splitting them up only, really, the men from the women, and like all the rest. But yeah, I think that's probably why you mentioned it. That is definitely an overlap. Right. Well, yeah, that's her niece. But I'm talking about Jody Hildebrand and Ruby Franke. They were like, my take on Jody Hildebrand was the reason she was doing this was because she was into the women, and she was splitting up the women from the men so she could get to the women. Oh, the couple. I see what you're asking. Let me see if I can put that in the chat. Hold on. Yeah, it's really, really good. I'd highly recommend it, guys. I just can't play it on here because I don't want the Netflix to get copyright strike my channel. But I'll put that in the chat. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Thank you for asking, Spencer. Let's see here. One thing that I especially loved was like the dude was like every time he sees Jeff's face, he wants to rage puke. I was like, dude, you're awesome. He's awesome. I mean, they're awesome. They're both really awesome. I really like them, and you guys would probably really like them as well. Just really genuine, candid, and awesome. Okay, so here's the name of the channel. I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, you guys will like it, definitely. So there's the name of the channel. Pull it on screen as well. And remember, they have their church service every Sunday at noon. I think it's Central Time. So that's, I guess, like 1 p.m. my time. I might try to check that out if I'm available and see what, because I believe there's a live chat. And as I've said, you can watch all the quote unquote sermons Kane, if you didn't hear me before, I said if you want to come on, you can come on as a guest since Twiz is being lame. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, definitely check this channel out, guys. I really like them, and I feel like they're people I'd be friends with in real life. Like, I really appreciate just their perspectives, and also just like some of the knowledge, like the insight that the dude has given is how, like, if you're a dude, if you're a dude and they think you're a dude, then they try to force you into like toxic masculinity, and like they try to make him be like a type of dude that he's not, and that type of thing, which I really appreciate, because like I have a similar perspective to what they have, which is like not really subscribing to gender norms, right? And just being yourself. And like, anyway, it's just really, my philosophies kind of align with theirs. Not that that means that, you know, that doesn't have to be the case, right? It's just a bonus for me because I'm just like, oh, they're super cool. But like their insight is really, they're both really just open and honest and genuine. You guys will really like them. And very candid. So, and you get the perspective of somebody. It is a unique situation. Yeah, machismo, right? That type of toxic shit. And when I share, by the way, so tomorrow I'm going to share with you guys some of the other stuff I found from the Twin Flames universe. And it's really, the toxicity knows no bounds. Like there's always more that I'm learning that I'm like, wow. Like there's also a lot of it has like a kink overlap in a weird way. And it's just really, yeah. So
it's hard.
That's what she said.
But supposedly at the end of 7 days,
There's John Marvin again.
You don't have those physical symptoms like.
Supposedly. I mean, all of this, listen, you guys, if you really pay attention to his wording, there's no firsthand experience. And I pointed this out before, right? Because he would have had clients who would have taken painkillers because of horrendous car accidents, you know, near death, all that horrible injury. And we talked about this before, because when he gave that phone interview, right, when he was supposed to be detoxing, and they ask him, and he's talking about all of it is like from the third person perspective. And he even references how he had a client one time, And I was like, oh my God, again, it's the same thing that like what Tonka was saying earlier, which was like, there's truth within the lies, and you just have to listen, and then you can figure it out. And it's like, oh my God, like that's where it clicked for me when I was covering this gavel to gavel. I was like, holy shit, like that's what it is. He's speaking, because he never actually says like it happened to him. Like it's yeah.
It's no longer a physical dependency. All right. And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency. But the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days.
Supposed to be gone.
So in other words, I mean, there's so many things. Opiate withdrawal is, I mean, it's hard. But supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible diarrhea, you sweat like you're running a marathon, you can't hold your legs still, you can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, you know, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some, but you sweat.
I feel like that's
you throw up. You have, I mean, you just have, there's so many issues, but after 7 days, those are supposed to be over.
I feel so bad for John Marvin. Watch John Marvin's face. John Marvin seems to believe him, and he's like, oh, this sounds terrible. Like, watch his face.
You sleep some, but you sweat, you throw up. You have, I mean, you just have, there's so many issues, but after 7 days, those are supposed to be over. That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
And what's rehab?
Rehab is the period that you go to learn how to stay off. You know, you're supposedly off after detox. Rehab is where you get help staying off.
And before September 2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
Long crime getting
So in December 2017, How long did it take you to relapse once you
Yeah,
got?
there is no talk ever from him anywhere about him scoring ever. There's nothing like even remotely close. The thing is it's if you listen to all this and you go back and you hear like it's as if he's really never even bought drugs because none of this is what people. I mean, he leaves out things that other people would find really significant, like what you're referencing here, official. Yeah.
Home from detox.
Not long at all. I mean, you're still going through, and though this physical dependency is gone, you still have, I mean, you're still so sick. I mean, you just.
Is that something you've been battling for quite some time?
As long as I can remember.
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
For anyone who thinks that that means, okay, well, yeah, because, you know, people who are in recovery, they do keep track. However, it's easy because all he has to do is count it from the day they came and arrested him from, or the day that he can count it from the day he went into treatment, right? Because you go, or, you know, because again, that's a date that would be on the record when he went into the Sunrise place. And he went directly from there to jail and has been there ever since. Now, of course, you can get this shit in jail. But what I'm saying is the way he could get to this number would be simple math versus like actually keeping track. There's never any mention of a 12-step program either.
I want to ask you questions about Labor Day weekend.
There's no mention of how he stayed clean and sober, right? Apart from being in custody. But again, you could still be taking drugs in custody. People do it all the time. There's no talk about that. It's just now I mean, none of it adds up.
In 2021.
Okay.
You remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure I do.
And what were you confronted about?
I mean,
stealing money.
He claims Cousin Eddie, but that doesn't add up either because there's no explanation as to how Cousin Eddie would have gotten them. And also the money that he was writing. Okay. He was paying Cousin Eddie by writing checks. Okay. And Cousin Eddie was cashing the checks and giving him the money back. And Cousin Eddie has never been charged with drug dealing.
And did you admit your misconduct to your law partners?
Right. The rehab
Well, to one of my law partners and one of my brother and my law partners, so Danny and Randy. Yeah, I mean,
Did
admit it, man.
and they learned about a fake forge account? Did you admit to the fake forge account?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did.
And the thing is I bet you everybody on that jury knows someone who's been through this and is like, this is bullshit. And I don't think it really even matters anyway. The Kennel video does it like done deal. And this whole thing is just like, oh my God, right? But I don't think they would believe it even if it did matter.
And did you tell them about your opioid struggles, opioid addiction?
I told him about my addiction. Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were any of your law partners?
Person he told that he never said a word about this until Chris Wilson showed up at his house and was like, or at Almeda rather, and was like, what the fuck is going on? You've been lying to me. You've been stealing all this money. What the fuck is happening? Da 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 da. And he comes out. And he's like, I'm addicted to like. That's when he makes that up.
Aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge. I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
Right.
How would you characterize your opioid use or addiction? Severe, moderate?
Then or now?
No, in 2020, 2021?
I mean, I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I mean, I will tell you that my addiction was extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
Yeah, nobody fucking knew.
You were able to practice law?
Yes.
And were you successful practicing law while you were addicted to opioids?
On some level, yes, sir, I was successful. I mean,
After you were confronted on Labor Day weekend 2021, did you resign, or were you forced to resign from the law firm?
absolutely.
And then on
Another thing,
Saturday.
Sorry, I'm just remembering another tidbit here. Another thing too, when this trial was happening and he tried to give all the numbers of the drugs, there was somebody, they had some expert on there who when they looked at the numbers again, we looked at how much that would have cost. It was like, still wasn't enough to explain how much money he stole. That was one thing. The second thing was like the amount of pills would have killed you. But the third thing was, I'm just now remembering this, was that there would not even have been enough of those pill painkillers available in the area for him to even have. Like, that would have been some number fold. I don't remember how many times, but like multiple times over what would have even been available in that area for like the broader area. Like, it wasn't even a possible to attain that many is the other thing. So, yeah.
September the 4th.
He clearly didn't think it through when he started coming up with his numbers.
Do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th. Yes, sir. I remember.
And what happened?
Start when I woke up.
Well, let's start after you met with Chris Wilson. Did you meet with Chris Wilson?
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you
Oh, Ozark is such a good show.
lay it out for Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction and your misconduct?
I definitely laid out my addiction. I definitely gave him some details about monies that I had taken. I didn't give him, we didn't go into all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him about the things that involved him.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise and made arrangements for me to go there on Monday.
Okay. And
I know we had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and
Poor Jim, can't even get a
I'm sure we had to have had it by then because I went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes,
and did you reach out to Blanca to get your insurance information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
Because I was going to use my insurance at detox and rehab to help pay for it.
Now, that's one of the things that will come up when we go through my phone call that I made, because interestingly enough, he has Blue Cross Blue Shield. I have Blue Cross Blue Shield. And the facility in Florida where he went, Blue Cross Blue Shield does not cover it. It's all bullshit.
And what was your immediate plans?
Right. Yes, Spencer.
After,
Absolutely.
I mean, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson, did you have plans to do anything, have any other meetings on that Saturday?
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did.
Okay. And did you?
Corey
And
Fleming.
a good friend.
Corey Fleming, good friend. He's in federal prison. Corey Fleming is for his involvement with this.
Go meet with Corey Fleming.
No.
What'd you do instead?
I'd given when I gave my pills to my brother Randy and Danny, I think I gave them to Randy, but I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't going to be taking anymore. So Randy had my pills. I had to get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount. I could tell, I wasn't taking anything near like what I had been taking. So I knew it was coming. And I called someone to bring me more pills. And before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet this, did the person you called bring you more pills?
Cousin Addie.
I don't know if he brought me more pills or not, because by the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris and after, the starting of the withdrawals, I changed my plans.
And what was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore. And instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you
Oh,
as a sympathy ploy? Or did you want
As a sympathy
die?
ploy?
Yes, sir. Why did you
No.
ask him to shoot you? What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And who was this? Who did you ask to do this?
Eddie Smith.
That's Cousin
And
Eddie.
did he in fact shoot you?
He did.
And where was that located? Not your gunshot, but where were you shot in Hampton or Colleton County? Where were you?
It's Hampton County. It's just right on the border of Salkehatchie Road that runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son. I mean, I'd been through so much. At the time, in the bad place that I was, it seemed like the better thing to do. I don't think that way now, thankfully, but
Right.
I did at the
He was
time.
never shot in the head.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh, yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
Protection facts
And
on
who was the
evidence.
beneficiary?
Maggie was the beneficiary.
How much life insurance did you have?
I had $12 million. I had a $4 million policy and an $8 million policy, a total of 12.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Maggie?
No, never.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Paul?
No.
Alex, will you tell this jury about Maggie and your relationship with her?
Oh boy. Now it is odd. I mean, the thing is that even Mark Ball said that he doesn't buy the thing about the insurance, right? I don't either. There's been a lot. I'm talking about the life insurance. Like, there's no proof of that. The amount of life insurance, it changes in the different times where this comes up. When it comes up in the phone interview, it's Poot brings it up, and then Alex kind of goes along with it. This is another one of those things that the prosecution could have probably objected to, but they're not. They're just letting it come in. But also, I will say that with life insurance, it is unheard of that you have a married couple where both spouses aren't covered. So add that to the list of reasons why I don't believe that he had a life insurance policy. But there's never been any documentation of that.
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And I mean, she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her something was good or bad. And she wanted to find out for herself. She wanted to do it, see it, experience it on her own and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those two boys, Buster, Paul, me.
Randy, by the way, for anyone who hasn't seen Randy, so there's Randy's got they zoomed in on his head. That's Alex's oldest brother, also a partner in the law firm. Also, Alex stole from him.
I mean, she made sure we didn't want for anything
And
ever.
there's John Marvin, emotional, the only one. Randy's not. I mean, John Marvin's emotions read so genuine. You can just feel it. You feel it. You feel his sorrow. You feel his grief, you know?
Fun, playful. I mean, she had a laugh that, you know, you didn't even have to know what was funny. If you heard her laugh, you would laugh. You know, she had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but I mean, when she just do it, it just melts you. You know, she was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had two boys, and I mean, she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding four-wheelers and hunting and fishing, and I mean, she changed everything. She became a boy's mom. I mean, her life became ball and riding four-wheelers and, I mean, doing those things. Now, don't get me wrong, she was still 100% girl. And you heard Marion say, I mean, she loved to do those things with her nieces, but, I mean, she threw herself into her boys' life. I mean, you know, she never took not working for granted. I mean, she might not have worked, but I promise you, she worked. And she worked to make sure me and Paul and Buster had everything. You know, she wanted a big family.
Did you see the question in the chat that we had for you, me and Spencer?
And
although it looks like Spencer's not here right now, so maybe, I don't know. I just wanted to make sure you saw it.
Pregnancy just didn't suit her. Her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. I mean, she was so sick all the time with both those boys. And when we had Paw Paw, Maggie got in trouble and Paw Paw got in trouble. And just pregnancy didn't suit her. So we decided that, you know, we would just have the two boys. And, you know, I just think how hard it was on her, just made her love those boys so much more.
Poor John Marvin.
And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, you know, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, you know, the most affluent people, whatever. Or she could come down to, you know, she could go to a food bank in Hampton or Walterbur and fit in. Everybody at both places would say when she left, and that Maggie, She's a good one. She's just a special person.
Alan,
Very special person.
would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
Will you tell the jury about Paul, please, and your relationship with him?
And Paw Paw. I mean, Paw Paw was just the brightest. He was the brightest. He's the most inquisitive young man. He wanted to be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there, his nose in there to see what you were doing. He was a man's man. He was 100% country boy. He was tough. I mean, he could hunt anything. He could catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. He could use any tool. I mean, he could do anything. At 22 years old, he could do so many things. I mean, he took care of so many, and he was so tough. But on the other hand, he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home where he wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on his grandparents. You know, to be such a tough person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset. How many 22-year-old people you know?
Jim Griffin looks like he's going to cry. I mean, again, Jim knew Paul.
Do stuff like that. I mean, he was such a special boy. He cared about people. He was fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean,
well, the media will
never an accurate story told about what he was. And I'll challenge you right now. I would challenge everybody in this room to go find somebody that knew Paw Paw, who really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative about him. And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he would help you, and he would be glad to help you. You know, I thought Mark Ball made a good point when he said, you know, Paw Paw might not have quite found his place yet. Paul was ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing a lot. But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Paw Paw would have found whatever that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that ended up being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing. I didn't even know this when Paul was alive. But, excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends, and he had a real cute friend that they were just friends, but a cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but they talked to her, and Paw Paw, we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, learned. Paw Paw would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you. I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. But 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way? Be present. Appreciate things around you. At 22 years old. He's the most special boy.
Yeah.
Do you love Paul?
Did I love him? Like no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
More than anything. Love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions for the statement.
Wow.
Thank you.
Then we'll take a
Okay, they're on the cross.
We'll take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh, there's Bob Mata. Okay, they're gonna take a recess.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
All right.
Police court.
All right. I'm gonna take my screen.
Mr. Murdaugh, I'll start with a few things I think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your life for a year and a half, that you were never down at those kennels at 8:40.
Fuck yes.
Would you agree with
Creighton.
that?
Do it. Oh my God, I forgot this was the first question. I almost feel like this we should have made a separate, like we shouldn't start this. But you know what? We'll probably start it and we'll probably watch it again on the next one. Because this is epic as fuck. The first question. Dude, he's bringing it back to what matters after all of that, right?
Mr. Murdaugh, I'll start with a few things I think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your life for a year and a half, that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important.
You motherfucker.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree that the first time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And that you were stealing from your law firm?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And that had been going on since at least 2010?
I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I have,
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right, sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
This is his whole thing. That he always says he does not want to agree with anything, so he says I don't have any reason to dispute it. It's so obnoxious.
All right. Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good. Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph? And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Randolph Murdaugh Jr.
All right. And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he solicitor?
Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. He was
Okay.
the longest-serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes, you know. I
So he
loved
was the
him
chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that time as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that, is that correct?
When my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with him about a guy who killed a trooper.
He's a fine man.
Yes, he
And an
was.
excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And not only just the central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006.
1920.
1920.
2006, 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law
The
firm.
law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right. So 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And so you went into private practice, I think, with Mawson Coon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you went
1994.
to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in
Answer my question if you
1994.
would, please.
Yeah.
What was your
Great.
question?
My question was that you started first with Mawson Coon. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that,
Remember, this whole thing, this whole strategy is admitting to something because the thing that he doesn't want to admit to is worse. And that includes the drugs, includes the stealing, all that, the side of the road, fabricating that because he thinks if he can admit to something else, right, then it'll be good enough to not have to admit to the thing that he's really hiding.
of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so. Yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Okay. Heard your former law partners say that you were a successful lawyer?
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of people who do trial plaintiffs work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well,
That's part of it, right?
Yes, sir. That's part of it.
It's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes, and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? What just generally what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases. I did cases that, I handled some very big cases. I had a lot of cases where, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right. So the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiffs' work, all plaintiffs' work, correct? For your big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Was that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was automobile. No, sir. Not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries. Is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
GMC.
Telemetry data, like you presented in this courtroom this week?
Yeah.
Right.
You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where the type data that y'all have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
from essentially their computer.
OnStar data. I've had data from the black box, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. Many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
And that's exactly why Creighton's asking this question, right? Because it's true. It's a good point. He dealt a lot with car accidents, right? With personal injury. That's very common. And this would have been the thing he would have been good at. It's very interesting because the whole GMC thing was interesting, and I always thought about this, right? Because Alex is always like, oh, once you get the GMC data and kept promising that. It's like promising something won't be attainable just to make it look like you're trying to help. You even see it in the interviews. He's like, oh, once you get that OnStar data, da-da-da. And I've always wondered, did he have some hand in that, right? Like he had some dude there he had a connection with because he had all these powerful connections. And then, maybe that dude moved on or got fired or who knows what, right? And then that's how in the middle of trial, they got the data. I always just wonder that. Anyway.
Sure.
But I wonder if that's why Creighton is asking this, because he would know how the system works. He would also potentially know certain people that work at these different places, right? From having done this for so long, and maybe somebody owed him a favor. I don't know. That's just speculation, but it is interesting. And Creighton's asking these questions for a reason.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant to your case?
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes,
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And when did you start with the law firm?
September of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until
Yeah.
September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
That was really big charity.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't.
You know
But
what's so funny?
if you want to use
Funny stat / disturbing. We haven't even got the flaws that he's talked about. It's not even the real flaws. Like, they're flaws that he has, but it's not the real shit. And that's what's so frustrating.
that term and on those criteria,
I mean, talk about someone who needs to make a fearless searching moral inventory.
I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did. Yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as
I
prominent.
asked you if you thought if people viewed you that way. Let me ask you
At the
this.
time, did I think people viewed me
Yeah.
that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like a big shot. No, sir. I don't think.
Remember, for anyone who isn't as familiar, they had to take down the portrait of his granddaddy in that courtroom in order to have this fucking trial.
That.
What about your family?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir. I
People
definitely
view
don't
your
think that.
family is prominent in this community.
Prominent, as in.
Oh my God.
It's not a hard question.
It's not.
Well, I'm just not sure. You know, I think my family was very well thought of. I think my family was respected. I think my
Defining prominent.
family helped a lot of people.
I'm not challenging you on any of that. I'm just getting you to agree what seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought of?
Dude.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships. Yeah.
But not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct?
As a
Professional
prosecutor,
associations with law enforcement.
as a prosecutor, or as a civil
Let's talk-
attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil cases?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck or tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
All right. And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
I mean, sure, the law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that.
Right.
But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement, your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that correct?
Association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton.
All right.
So that would have been September, sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime
Did you get a badge when you came an assistant solicitor?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And who gave you that badge?
My father,
Mr. Randolph?
yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Yes, sir, at times I did.
And
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001. I believe that
2001? Keep going, I'm sorry.
2021, I'm sorry, until 2021. From 1998, 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury, I believe there were 5 trials.
5 trials?
Is the best that I can remember. And
You had-
all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you, 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time, is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time, yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
I had 1 badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was one of, at some point in time, you were asking somebody about 2 badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Still part of preparing the case?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court?
Yes, sir.
Giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them. Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were dismissed for some reason?
I'm sure that at some point over between 1998 and 2021 that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that.
Here's one thing I will say about this too. Creighton's doing a really good job putting him at ease, right? And here's why this is working. Because he started out with, can we agree about the kennel video? And then Alex pushed back. That's going to come up again. So it's like Alex pushed back. So what he's doing now is going through all this stuff about how successful Alex is. Now, of course, he's going to use it to his advantage later Creighton will, right? But it's basically letting Alex take a break from thinking about what he's there for. He's sitting on the stand, double murder, and talk about his legacy and all his shit with trials. And the thing is like, that puts him in a completely different mindset where he gets to, remember when he was the lawyer and not the defendant, right? I think it's very smart, and it's putting him less on the defensive, right? And building up his ego, because that is Alex's downfall. Well, one of them anyway.
And I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, correct?
Yeah.
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. So fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's a big part of it.
Okay. And would you agree with me that as cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah, that you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you agree with that?
That's part of what you do.
And same thing in the civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think
It's a
we
simple
agree on
question.
that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer, as
Sir.
you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
that's part of
And
what
that
you
is
do.
an ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
An ongoing process as you prepare for, in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction because in civil court, you have the deadlines. And so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before a trial. Or, for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the third or fourth week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
Okay, hold on. Let me back this up because literally I forgot this was here. Okay. Because I just was mentioning this, right? It does seem like Creighton thinks Alex had something to do with it. That is so fucking interesting. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh my God.
If this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the third or fourth week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Good.
But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct? The OnStar data.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right, you don't think they're generally consistent with one another. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent? I mean, you talked about it to this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
Mr. Waters, I'm just trying to answer your question.
Right.
And so I'm not trying to be difficult. My understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Correct.
And what direction it's going. So I think that they're two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
All right. Thank you. All right. You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? for your immediate family.
Yes,
And that included obviously for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the
The
breadwinner.
primary
in large measure?
breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of, I was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
Right, that's what a breadwinner is. Come on, Alex.
I mean, I guess as they got older, I mean, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think that was a trick.
Okay.
So,
you were the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that.
yes, sir.
Go ahead. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the bag.
Oh, is he badge? Yes, he's badge.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I'm going to show you what was in the bag in 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
All right. What is that?
Which one?
570. What is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right. And then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 571 and 570 in the evidence.
Yeah, I admit it.
All right. Where did you keep 570, the one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a single place that it was kept.
Do you know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Yeah, the Elmo, please.
Elmo, we love you, Elmo.
No, the screen, please. And 571, where did you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all over. It could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I didn't have any particular manner in which I stored it anywhere.
There was no rhyme or reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason, other than that's where I put it.
Look at
Just
Creighton. Look at Creighton being a lounge lizard.
Like put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
I mean, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If there's another reason for somebody to see it, like for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Why would you do that? Why would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
Because
I've found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement. So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir, I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
Well, you carried a badge on you as a assistant solicitor for 2 decades roughly?
From around 98, so yes, sir, for 2 decades.
And you would ride with it sometimes sitting in the front dash facing out, correct?
That's correct.
And you would put it in the cup holder so that law enforcement would see you if you got pulled over, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so but you didn't consider yourself law enforcement?
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement, no, sir.
All right, so you were just having this badge to your advantage?
Yep, there it is.
Taking license with it, is that correct?
You have to.
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate.
See if you could use it to get away with something, correct? Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over. I mean, that's probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Did you have to take an oath when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I don't. I certainly don't recall taking one. Like, so going somewhere and
You're supposed to take an oath.
raising my hand.
Raise your
and-
hand and saying, I promise to do my duty
You're
fairly.
supposed to take an oath. If he didn't take an oath, either he's lying, or if he didn't take an oath, it was because it was just handed over as a favor. You're supposed to take an oath.
And with integrity, you never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became a volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad. And then when I continued with Duffy, I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571. And on the inside of it, what are those right there? Those the an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right, and at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just going to see what's on the back.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right, and it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right. Good. Put that one back for me, please.
All right. So you want to
All
look
right.
at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there? Up there at the top.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has,
Your name.
right?
Dean, are you still
It
watching?
has
and
all
listening?
that data.
What position does it say that you're appointed to?
As the, okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that Richard A. Murdaugh was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
Awesome. Can I hold it back?
And it's, yes, sir, signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So deputy solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a deputy solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a deputy solicitor, unless deputy solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only deputy solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says deputy solicitor, but deputy solicitor is a higher rank than assistant solicitor, correct? To your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been deputy solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with. And that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to me.
I went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
Well, no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking an oath. And then you started asking me about these things.
Okay. And you agree that this card says deputy solicitor, right?
I agree that card says deputy solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back that it is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity? Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir. I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does. You were reading off of the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see it. That would be.
It's not focused very well.
That's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better.
The point here is like, okay, you get one of these badges, right? If you're a prosecutor in South Carolina, they call it solicitor, right? But he was only a solicitor, and it was like a volunteer solicitor or whatever for like a brief period of time, right? But what happened was, in order so that he could maintain having a badge, Duffy Stone gave him like a copy of one, or he got to keep, okay, hold on. He got to keep his own, but he also got possession of his dad's. Now, their names are exactly the fucking same. So he has, as you can see here, 2 badges. Just back it up a second. Because this is really insane. Like, you're not supposed to be, like, imagine being a law enforcement officer, right? And then being fired or whatever, or retired, not being a law enforcement officer anymore, and still wearing a badge or carrying a badge, like, so that you could flash it. And like that's what this is like. But like in a lot of ways, it's worse because it's crazy that they give a badge like that to a prosecutor anyway, because it looks like law enforcement, which they're not. Even when they have the badge correctly, right? When they actually should have it, it looks like law enforcement, even though it's not. So,
I mean, if you're, no, sir. I mean, I trust if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does.
So officially, you're saying. Oh, people that don't know about chat replay. Yeah, I always have that turned on. Now, I will say I've noticed that when a live stream is just finished, it takes a minute, or sometimes it just depends. Sometimes it takes a couple hours for that to show up. I guess because the video is still processing. But I guess what you're saying is some people don't know you have to turn that on. I mean, I figured that out really quickly, even though I'm like not savvy or whatever, like, because that's just on the YouTube settings. So yeah. Oh, it's great. Not trying to mess up the
You were reading off of the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see it. That would be.
It's not focused very well.
That's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better. There we go. All right. So the one on the top was
what came from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom is what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor. And Duffy Stone took over after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's unexpired, the rest of his unexpired 4-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
In the particular vehicle?
Oh, come on.
No, in any vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
He had, y'all, for those of you guys who didn't know this, isn't this insane? He had blue lights installed. Oh my God.
Was that a government vehicle?
Think about that. It's a blue lights and a badge. Insanity.
No, sir, it was not.
When did you have lights, like blue lights and stuff?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well, it was the vehicle that I drove. It was law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own vehicle. So how'd you get blue lights in there?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
Favor.
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been
5 years, 10 years?
No, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in on that got taken in on June the 7th, I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January. So I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles in the law firm. So I would have had it for 5 years. And sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls. And I believe in Colleton, it was Andy Strickland.
In Colleton, it was Andy Strickland.
And I believe in Allendale, it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm going to get some blue lights installed in my vehicle. And he said, that's cool. Or words to that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
Along with Sheriff Smalls and I believe Sheriff Carter. I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter, but I believe so.
I'm going to show you just real quick what's been marked as States 507. See if you recognize that.
I believe this is my Suburban. Yeah, this is my Suburban that y'all have.
Okay. Does that look like where your badge was on the day of the incident?
I have no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's. I don't take issue with the fact that it's there. If that's if that's how they say it was, found it, and that's a picture.
Your Honor, it also States 507 in the evidence.
Yep. Submitted.
You testified some about the boat case, and we'll talk more about that
Boat
later.
case being, I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case. Can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case?
Yes, let's agree.
February in 2019.
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case.
Okay.
But when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Paw Paw.
Okay.
So, but there, also the civil case.
All right. Paw Paw. That was your new name for Paul.
Oh boy. Yes.
I mean, I called him Paw Paw
Oh my God. Calling him out on the Paw Paw. Oh, this is so good.
against Paw Paw.
Okay.
So, but there, also the civil case.
All right. Paw Paw. That was your new name for Paul.
I mean, I called him Paw Paw. Maggie called him Paw Paw. Bus calls him Paw Paw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Paw Paw. I mean, that's
Roro.
not-
Who is Roro?
That's
I'm
Rogan
dying.
Gibson.
Hold on. I'm dying. Literally, I was just typing in the chat that I love a good train wreck. And it's one of the many reasons I love trials. But I will just say, like, it's the reason why I love J Shore. It's the reason why I love B movies. And it's one of the reasons I love trials. Not every trial is a train wreck, but I love the, just when things just go unhinged. And this trial is full of those moments. And this is amazing.
All right. Paw Paw. That was your new name for Paul.
I mean, I called him Paw Paw. Maggie called him Paw Paw. Bus calls him Paw Paw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Paw Paw. I mean, that's
Roro. Who is Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And this jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Paw Paw during that?
I don't know
Do you recall?
how I referred to. I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation. Or is that also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paw Paw? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I
And all
called
the
him
recorded
Rogan
statements.
all the time.
In the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paw Paw.
All right, well, let's talk about, and I'll be specific with the boat wreck criminal case and the boat wreck civil case, okay? Is that
Yes, sir.
fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've talked a little bit about your badge. Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
I don't know, but I don't believe so. But I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of when I went to the hospital, was I in an official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as States 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, it offers States 569 in the evidence. Okay.
Admit it.
That's you in the white shirt, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And This is the badge hanging out at your pocket. You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two?
There you go, guys.
You
Got
can't
his
tell
badge
from
hanging
here.
out.
Okay. Why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that.
You know
No,
why?
I don't know.
You don't remember that.
I don't remember that, no, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out of your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Or only when you wanted some advantage from it?
Did I
you want some advantage from wearing it like that?
Did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay.
I certainly may have.
All right. What advantage did you want?
When?
Then?
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, as I said, a badge has a
He's like, hypothetically, if I had to imagine why I would have done this, here's maybe why. Dude.
Effect with other law enforcement. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then
What
I guess.
we're talking about here is him showing up at the hospital after the boat wreck, right? His son was the driver. He was underage. He was drunk. A girl died, right? The other kids are injured. That's at the hospital. Let me back it up. This is the hospital, right? Where the other kids are injured. Again, Paul was completely shit-faced here in this hospital and was really belligerent with all of the nurses and was like, I think in some ways dangerous. I think he was also that way when law enforcement showed up at the crime scene. But anyway, what happened here, now they don't get into this in this trial, but what really Alex was doing there was trying to, A, have people maybe not think Paul was the driver, and B, maybe talk to the other kids and try to pressure them to change their stories because they were all going to say Paul was the driver. And there was like a certain other kid on the boat that Alex was trying to say was the driver. And oh wow, a bunch of geese just flew over my house. And so anyway, but basically he's doing this to try to help out because his son is in big trouble, right? Because a girl just died. And Paul was underage and drunk and driving that boat.
And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
Schabusiness. Yeah. Schabusiness. Yeah.
Do you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period where
this is interesting. This is one thing I've never been able to figure out what happened here. He wanted to be the solicitor, and it was a no-brainer because it was every generation did this, and somehow that didn't happen.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah,
the solicitor?
There was a time period when I absolutely did.
When was that?
Prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with bills. And
so this is not true. So here's what I think it was. I think this is the best I can figure is he had already started stealing, and that he figured he could, if he stayed in civil practice and doing that, he could steal all this money. I mean, that's what makes sense. But also, I don't remember for sure. I don't think it was Mallory's boyfriend. I think it was Connor Cook. I think his name was Connor Cook. For some reason, that rings a bell. And I don't think that was the boyfriend, but I'm sure that's Googleable. I just haven't thought about that in a while. But I think it was Connor Cook. That's the name that always came up that they were trying to blame. I don't remember Mallory's boyfriend's name.
I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
We'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you were already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next 15 years.
Mallory Beach's boyfriend was Anthony Cook. So it was a kid named Connor. I think it was Connor Cook. Maybe he had a brother, but I feel like it was Connor because I think that name came up with Mark Tinsley when they were doing voir dire for Mark Tinsley. I think that's where that name came up in this trial.
You still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners.
Okay, sorry, there it is, Connor Cook. I just saw it. Yep, it is Connor Cook. I was right. That's who they tried to say he was driving.
Had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
You know, I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but
boy.
like I say, I don't think so.
Right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out when something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge. And I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. You know, did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you know, you notice that that flap is not Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that. And I never went around, you know, acting like I was on official business.
So you're saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there?
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right. Well, you never used these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I did.
So you're saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet for very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So you would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that badge and when you went into the hospital, correct? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that is hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That's just not something that
I'll say.
I mean, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that.
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket?
Homer.
Or would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that.
Alex?
All right. So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that this happened by accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally, that's just not how I would normally, you know, that's just not, that's not something I did. That's not
Oh my God.
a normal thing. So I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Great.
That's fine. You
But-
won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that at the hospital on the night of the boat wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge. And I specifically remember, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead. You can ask
You
that.
specifically remember what?
That I, like when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull?
Here's what happened there. They're going back and forth. This is really unusual. This is not normally how it goes in trials. This is like them just having a conversation. It's really different. I love it. I love it so much. But here's what's happening is Alex is like running his mouth. So he interrupts Creighton. Creighton's gonna ask another question. Alex is running his mouth and then realizes he's gonna like say something that is gonna get him in more trouble, basically. So then he's like, no, go ahead, you ask your question. And then Creighton is so smart. He's like, no, go ahead, say what you were gonna say. And now he's gonna give more information.
I don't remember using that badge.
No,
And I
that's-
specifically remember, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead. You,
I mean,
you
look
can
at
ask
Buster's hair. So, I mean, the bright red. They were all, that's their natural hair color.
Specifically remember what?
that
like when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
No, absolutely not.
No, he did.
And there was nowhere that I went that that was not
Slander.
truly public domain. I mean, basically, the places that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to Maggie and I, had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad. And she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I noted I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you were wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement, whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge, or any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with law enforcement.
Did you become aware in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that night had begun, as well as your conduct?
Yes, I did.
Just like Karen Reed, investigation into the investigation. Investigation inception.
I did learn of that.
Sure.
I don't know the status of that investigation, being that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that. I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not you were aware that that had begun.
That is truthful and factual. I mean, yes. I mean, I do appreciate him saying that.
In the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after I know it was after that night, and it was before June 7th.
And here's the thing.
Before June 7th.
This is why Creighton is so brilliant this entire time, is because Creighton waits. A lot of prosecutors would have an agenda. Creighton is masterful with him. This is a very different witness than you usually have, or different defendant. And right now he's a witness also, right? He's testifying. But the thing is when Alex gives an answer, right? If you were to just ask another question, then that would be the answer you get. However, if all Creighton does, and he's doing this on purpose, is he just waits. He just doesn't say anything. And to fill the space. And the thing is Alex did the same thing in the interrogations, right? Alex will keep talking. And it's exactly what here is on the screen. Like Alex takes a space as if that is like, oh, that person doesn't believe me. And so then he says more, thinking it'll be more convincing. And this is how, honestly, the best testimony for the state that comes out on cross, I would say happens when a question has been quote unquote answered. There's some space, and then Alex goes for another round. But a lot of prosecutors would not have that patience. The other thing that Creighton does that is masterful is when you have that bonus round happen, oftentimes he'll say things that you were not expecting. And again, if you have an agenda, that would really limit you on using that. And what Creighton does that is so brilliant, and we see it especially on the next day, on day 22, is it's the 4D chess match. Because when he gets this new information that he wasn't expecting, he totally goes there and goes with it instead of sticking to his plan, which is not easy to do. It's like improvising. And you can only do that when you know the case inside and out, and also when you know the defendant inside and out, and you've got their psychology down pat. I mean, this is why Creighton is my favorite prosecutor of all time.
I'm pretty sure that I already knew that
Did
on June the
you
7th.
mentioned Andy Strickland? You know what happened to him?
Do I know what happened to him when?
How he lost his job
Hmm.
as sheriff?
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was,
It's like with Creighton, it's like the timing and the patience and the no need to rush and to just give him that space. Again, it's really not common for prosecutors. Like they usually, Creighton does this lounge lizard. He has two modes. He has lounge lizard mode and then he has the pacing mode. He does not read off a script. He doesn't go off of a thing. I mean, I'm sure he's got an outline, but I think it's mostly in his head. But the thing is that like that would really limit you with this witness, with this defendant, right? You've got to be able to pivot and you've got to be able to take new information he's going to give you and incorporate it. And that is a lot of prosecutors. Now, I will say Creighton also is a musician. It's funny because we were talking about this earlier. Creighton is a musician. He's the lead guitarist in his band. Shout out to Soul Purpose. And I think that is a huge factor in how he's able to do this. Because what reminded me of that is when I said the word improvise. I'm like, oh, duh, I forgot. He's a musician, right? Like, this is like being able to improvise. It's just like being able to improvise in music. Like, you have to have a command of your instrument. You have to have a general idea of where you're going, but you have to be able to change on a dime. It's a very unique skill set. And I think that this is why Creighton is able to do this. I don't know that any other prosecutor anywhere could do this like Creighton, honestly. I don't know they would have the personality. Creighton's personality is really atypical for prosecutors. He's way more relaxed and like cool as a cucumber and just like casual. And I don't know. And he reads the room. Like I said earlier, like he goes there with whoever's on the stand and he has a really good sense on the pulse. It's just, it's harder to explain, but we will see that for anyone who hasn't seen this before, you will see that more and more as we go through this testimony from Alex here.
Suspended.
Okay. Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, I mean, Andy, yeah, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend, sure. All of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
so, yes, sir. I mean, I considered Andy a friend.
Would you at least agree with me?
I'll say about the Netflix documentary that I thought was so interesting. They dropped that, if memory serves, they dropped it before the trial. And I that was one of the reasons why I was so reticent to watch it, because I was like, oh. They dropped it before the trial, which means that they filmed it and they got all their information well before the trial. And it's like, well, usually these documentaries, right, are unreliable enough even after a trial, because again, there's always going to be a narrative. I mean, before I knew you could watch trials like gavel to gavel, which I discovered in 2020, and that's what I've done ever since. Before I knew that was a thing you could do, you know, I would have watched those, like, for example, I watched like Making a Murderer. Like I would have watched those things on Netflix because like I loved trials and I love cases and all that. And I didn't know that there was an option of watching the actual trial. So I've watched those. So I know kind of how things can be dramatized, right? With the music. And I mean, for starters, you're never going to get the full story, right? Because they're going to fit it into whether it's 2 hours or even if it's multiple episodes. When you're looking at an 8-week trial or a 9, or however many weeks, right? Obviously, you can't even compare the two in terms of the time. So you know that you're not going to get all the information. You know that things can be edited. For example, when they interview somebody, first of all, they're not under oath. And second of all, it's going to be edited. And then with the music and stuff. So there's always going to be some sort of a narrative. And, you know, and then there's a spectrum and a range of the accuracy level. Like there could be things that are wildly inaccurate, or there could be things that are accurate, but still the narrative, right? And that's why trials matter. Just think of it like a jury, right? It's because here's the evidence. You can look at it objectively, and guess what? You can form your own opinion. And that's what when there's a narrative, whether it be from a documentary or a story, whatever, when there's a narrative that's being brought forth, it's taking that power away from you as a trial watcher and someone who cares about trials and cases to objectively assess things and form your own opinion. And that's the whole point, right? It's like they're almost telling you what you should believe instead of deciding for yourself. And so that's why, for me, trials, maybe they take more time, but it's far and away worth it, right? Even if you watch them over time in installments. But all that being said, I was already very reticent with the Netflix documentary Murdaugh, because that dropped before the trial. So already I knew, because I heard of it, right? And I toyed with watching it, right? Because I'm like, I wonder what they'll get accurate, right? And like, but I didn't watch it until after the trial, but I knew that it dropped before the trial. And so in my mind, I'm like, there's no way. Like, first of all, they're not going to have the full story. So they're going to try to wrap it up with a bow and give a full story, but they don't have any story yet. There's not been a trial. Second of all of the tests, you learn everything about a case from the trial, the evidence and the testimony. So I'm like, best case scenario, it's incomplete. Worst case scenario, it's completely inaccurate. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, there's nothing good that can come from this. Like, after the trial, though, I attempted to watch it because I wanted it to be good. And I'm like, knowing to myself in the back of my head, I'm like, it's one of those things where it's like, I know everything about this case. I knew everything about this trial. And I'm like, I'll be able to know when they get a fact wrong. I'll know all of the facts that they get wrong. I'll know where they spun something. I'll know when something's misrepresented. Like, it's going to drive me crazy. And I thought, but you know what? I'm going to try to set this aside and just see if I can watch it, because maybe I'll enjoy it for some reason. And it's like, in my mind now, I'm like, why would I think that? Why would it be more enjoyable than just watching the trial? Like, I don't know. But anyway, I thought I'd give it a shot, and I made it like 2 minutes in, and that was it. I'm surprised I couldn't do it. I just was like, nope. Sorry, no. I like what I heard in 2 minutes, and I'm guessing it was 2 minutes. Could have been less, could have been more, but it was not more than 5 minutes. I will say that much. But I heard enough in that just, I couldn't take it. Could not take it. Anyway, so. And I'm just seeing what you're saying here in chat. Right, when a trial is ending, but the thing is, there's always another one starting. I mean, there's really never. And, the other thing too, like that I've been doing, I haven't had time to do it recently, but I've always been covering, I'm doing this thing where I'm always covering a trial that's already happened. And a lot of them, it's the first time. Like, for example, the Ezra McCandless trial was amazing. No one had ever covered that gavel to gavel. Same with Casey Anthony. I'm still the only person who's done that. And we're not done yet, but we're probably halfway through the defense case in chief. But like the idea being like, I guess I'm thinking of them as vintage trials in a way, even though Ezra McCandless isn't that long ago, but trials that happened previously, and so with that, it's like, there's always, even if there's a lull, which very rarely happens, there's always something. Like, my plan after Casey Anthony is to do the Michael Peterson trial, which again, no one on YouTube has done yet. But it's a North Carolina trial. And again, it was one, speaking of Netflix, right? I will say, of the few things I've seen, there was a Netflix documentary called The Staircase, and that came out before I discovered that you could watch Trials Gavel to Gavel. I think it was like maybe 2018, 2019, maybe when it came out. So I did watch that, and I don't remember much about it, but I did watch it. But I've never watched the whole trial. So I don't know that anybody has really. I think there's probably many people who've seen the documentary, but my plan after Casey Anthony is to cover that trial gavel to gavel, which will be so exciting to do my first North Carolina trial. And again, have a fresh look at it. But, there's always trials like that are worth doing. And again, this trial, for example, I plan to just on the regs, like maybe once a year or whatever, cover it gavel to gavel, because it's just that good. So. Yeah, it's interesting. Hopefully, for you official, I don't think that you've been maybe like, at least that I've seen in the chat. I don't know that, because it's been a long time since I've done an episode for Casey. And by a long time, I don't know, maybe over a month. But so I don't know if you were present or here whenever we were doing that. But I will say that I think a lot of people who joined us for that. So I knew nothing about it going in, right? Completely objective. And I know I have been very surprised. And I think a lot of people have too, even if they just join wherever we're at, because it's a really good example of, it was where Nancy Grace got her start. Okay. Is with that case. That's where the whole, that is where the Nancy Grace, that's where that whole started, is with Casey Anthony. And to any extent that Nancy Grace has had has spread misinformation or even just had a negative impact on any other case, none of it compares to Casey Anthony. And it's just so crazy how much that has persisted to this day and will continue to persist. And I will say that the only solution for people is to watch the trial. And I'm just so grateful for those who are watching it, because it will change a lot of things of what you think. I would say, if you watch it coming from an objective place, So hopefully we'll do that in that next episode soon. It'll just sort of depend on when Karen Reed starts. I mean, Lori Vallow is supposed to start on Monday. So, but yeah, it is very full of surprise. I mean, and Jose Baez is now my favorite defense attorney because of that. And so that's also why I'm covering Shannon Gardner. But yeah, it's really, really, really not at all what you would, what it's not at all what I thought. I mean, the things that I knew about it were just whatever was in the general public, what everybody knows, the things that everybody says, right? Although I maybe knew a little bit less than most people, but I love it. I love being able to come in with like a completely, like, I know nothing, like, I'm just going to look at this and assess it. I'm going to start by assessing the lawyering, and then as the evidence comes in, we'll assess the evidence and we'll form opinions as we go, or whatever. And it's just full of surprises. And so it's definitely worth watching. So yep. So yeah, anyway, this is talk about the corruption though. So Andy Strickland, right, retired right after all this shenanigans with the boat wreck and then the lights in the car. Now I remember in the state's rebuttal case, which is not often, you don't often see that, right? There's very few cases that the state does present a rebuttal case, but they do present a rebuttal case here. And in the rebuttal case, they do bring in, it might be Andy Strickland. They do bring in somebody who Alex tries to throw under the bus for like the lights and stuff. And they're like, no, that didn't happen the way he said it did.
Because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, I mean, Andy, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend, sure. All of whom I asked if I could put
TC,
lights
that's who they have come
in the vehicle.
All right. And
so, yes, sir. I mean, I considered Andy a friend.
Would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted, that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Thanks, further.
I mean, the question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted. I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
All right. We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital
Ooh,
prior to the
this is getting more
June
specific.
7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
And if it wasn't before that,
What about
it was
Meg
shortly
P?
after it.
You're saying Meg P has a chance? Meg P doesn't have
You
a
testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
Oh, hey, Meg.
I'm not sure when
Wait,
the first
what?
time I did that is.
Hang on, what? It's like we say her name, and then here she is. She materializes into the chat. Were you listening? That's wild.
You don't know?
No, sir.
That
Not
is
Gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
Your opiate addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
it was certainly a cause, yes,
A
sir.
cause, not the only cause, though.
What are
correct?
the other causes?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but
Oh, good, man.
yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
No, you
reason
disagree if that was true.
that they thought that my partners thought that that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not
Was
trying to
that true?
frustrate you.
Was what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but I mean, no, I don't think I was past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
what date?
All right. Well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
2011, when it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case.
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Murdaugh. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
He's like, wait,
I don't have a reason to
I
dispute
don't want to go through it. I don't want to go through it.
that.
Like,
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been admitted into evidence as states 331. Let's go with, actually, 332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents? Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 sec.
Yeah, take your time.
Just trying to see which ones.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It doesn't even fucking matter, dude.
I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about, but
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about that.
questions.
We'll talk about that. All right. Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what the, she was injured in this wreck with, in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes,
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
that is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. Do you remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows
Yeah.
$2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
It would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but
That'd be the normal
certainly,
process.
I mean,
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
if that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son.
This
I'm
is where he just cannot admit it. You know, you just can't do it. Are you on your phone? So what we're going to do is we're actually going to end it here because this will be a good point to pick up. I'll actually pull it back a little bit so that way we can have some context with this going through, and then we'll start into. So on the next live stream, we will pick up with Cross and going to the next day with Cross. So I think what we'll be doing next actually will probably be, I've just found for Kieran Reed, they've got the Canton Police Department, or the Canton Police Audit public hearing. I think we might do some of that. And then members only live stream. It's at 10 tonight. I might have to move it to 11. It just depends on when we hear back from some students. But I'll keep you guys posted on that. That will have the trivia night as well as continuation of the Twin Flames deep dive. So that will be happening there too. So yes, for sure. And actually the topics for the Never Have I Ever, or sorry, the trivia night rather, they're on the thumbnail and they're in the video's description. So yeah, and everybody's going to have a good time regardless. It's not bad, you know, it's going to be super fun. And then we will have another round of Never Have I Ever also. So you don't have to worry about that. It'll be super, super fun. So, but thanks guys for being here. We will be back soon. I might actually just go ahead and start back up with Karen Reed here in a second. I just have to get the stream set up. So, but I love y'all. Thanks for being here as always. I will see y'all next time.